I think there's only room for one soapbox up here.
That's right. Welcome to the Beaumont City Council session at 5 o'clock. There are no requests to speak. I guess we do need to take a roll call.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Here.
Councilmember Fox?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara? Mayor Knight?
Here. Okay. All members present. So we do not have any requests to speak, so at 5:03 we'll be moving to closed session. Right here. Oh, wait.
Turn the lights up real soon.
I don't know, but run in the city. We supposed to go be there. I better write myself a note about that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, but is it after the council? The council. You know that. We all know that.
Good evening, everyone. We are returning from closed session at 6:10. And we're going to begin our regular session. And we need roll call, please.
Councilmember White? Here. Councilmember Roscoe?
Here.
Councilmember Fox? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Loudon?
Here.
Mayor Knight?
Here. If you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by our city clerk.
Ready, begin. I pledge
Do we have a fire captain here tonight by chance? Yes, we do. Actually, it's not fire captain, it's our police captain, or chaplain, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you for this privilege, Council. Father God, right above the city crest, it says, "In God we trust." And we're living in times where we need to trust. First of all, I want to thank you for the rain, the much-needed rain. And I ask you that we would have a great season of rain this year for the entire state of California. The second thing I would ask tonight, Lord, is for your presence, your power, and your grace to be manifested here tonight as this council discusses the business of this city. We need wisdom. We need answers to real problems. And Father, everybody is here coming because they care, but sometimes we just see things differently. So help us all get on the same page and pull in the same direction. And we ask you to work out all the problems and come up with real solutions that'll make everybody happy and prosperous. Lord, I pray for your protection, your health, and your goodness to be upon the city council, on all who serve our city. And I ask you to bless their meeting tonight in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Westholder. Mr. Sherwood, could I have some water, please? Thank you. Oh, we've got an extra one up here. Thank you. All right. We are going to move to our city attorney, Mr. Pinckney. Report out of closed session, please.
The council met in closed session. Item 1A was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and there was no discussion on item 1A, and that item will be discussed at the end of the open session. There wasn't enough time to get to that item. Item 1B, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representative, acting city manager Elizabeth Gibbs Urtiaga or her designee, involving the Beaumont managers, police officers association, police sergeants, professional technical police safety support services, general unit SEIU local 721, and customer service coordinators SEIU local 721, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item 1C, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, Western Riverside Council of Governments versus City of Beaumont. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item 1D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one claim by Andrea Avita, and the council voted to settle that matter for $241.61. And the vote was as follows. Mayor Knight, yes. Councilmember White, yes. Councilmember Laura, yes. Councilmember Orozco, yes. And Councilmember Fox, yes. The next item, 1E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one claim by Edith Grunwald, and the council voted to settle that matter for $311. And the vote was as follows. Mayor Knight, yes. Councilmember White, yes. Councilmember Laura, yes. Councilmember Orozco, yes. And Councilmember Fox, yes. As to item 1F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one claim by Anna Espinoza. The council voted to settle that matter for $500. The vote was as follows: Mayor Knight, yes; Councilmember White, yes; Councilmember Lara, yes; Councilmember Orozco, yes; and Councilmember Fox, yes. Item 1G, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, case name Pedroza versus City of Beaumont et al. There was no reportable action taken on that item. The last item, conference, which is 1H, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, case name Robert Galetta versus City of Beaumont, and the council voted to settle that matter for a lump sum payment of $10,000, with the vote being Mayor Knight, yes; Councilmember White, yes; Councilmember Lara, yes; Councilmember Orozco, yes; and Councilmember Fox, yes. And direction was given to staff to prepare a formal settlement agreement with all the details and terms in it. And that's the report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Our interim city manager, Ms. Urtiaga, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No, Mayor. I do have an announcement that I want.
Okay.
I wanted to apologize to Mayor and Council and the public for a rather lengthy agenda tonight. We have been holding off on some of the items until after the budget, but there are due dates on a few of these items, and they have to be done by September 30th. So I just wanted to recognize that we do have a very lengthy agenda.
Yes, and we also cut it down and had to have another meeting next week because there's so much that we have. So we're working very hard, to say the least. Are there any other announcements, recognitions, conflicts of interest?
Mayor, just for clarification, the meeting next week is only a closed session,
So we
correct?
combine both the meetings, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right. At this point in time, we're going to move to the public comment period. Any one person may address the City Council on any matter not on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the City Clerk. There is a 3-minute limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. And we have a very, very much full house tonight. And please be respectful of the people that are speaking so we can hear them. And we really appreciate that. So our first speaker, Mr. City Clerk.
John Dyson.
Mr. Dyson.
My name is John Dyson. I'm a Solara resident. At the last council meeting, I shared with you my best understanding of the Solara Melrose tax situation. I said at that time Solara property owners were overpaying by $800 a year in CFD assessments, and that I was going to inform the Solara residents of this. Last week, I had the opportunity to meet with staff and our new bond consultants. At this meeting, I learned that Solara property owners were not only paying our fair share of Melrose, but we were also paying a portion of our neighboring Oak Valley Greens family housing CFD taxes. Our Pulte home neighbors outside our gates pay $600 a year, while we Solara seniors pay $1,300 or $1,600 every year. When I asked previous staff and city council members as to why this was the case, my answer from city manager Kapanicus was, if you didn't like it, you could vote with your feet. The response received from our longtime city councilman Roger Berg was something to the effect, seniors should stop their complaining since at least they have income, and that only nice cars seem to drive in and out of the Solara gates. In other words, most Solara seniors must be well off. They can either be quiet or leave town. That's our options. What a positive message to send to your seniors. Another important thing confirmed at last week's meeting I had with the CFD consultants was that the dollar amount of Mello-Roos taxes to be levied on each new development has very little correlation to the cost of additional infrastructure. Rather, ability to pay and having a favorable DCR, debt coverage ratio, those are the determining factors in coming up with the tax rate. I've heard over the past 3 years that, quote, you all knew before you bought here that you were going to pay double property taxes, unquote. This is true. Most of us did know. But we were told the money would be used to build streets, parks, fire stations, water treatment plants, not a bridge to nowhere or Potrero freeway overpasses to access undeveloped warehouse land. Nor were we told that our restricted CFD tax funds would be used to make loans to the general fund to balance a severely underfunded budget. In short, we were lied to by city staff and by prior city council members. Mello-Roos taxes were hatched by the state to do an end run around Prop 13. In a perfect situation with honest administrators and informed public representatives, it may work. Unfortunately, Beaumont had none of these prerequisites. I appeal to City Council to once again abandon the double property tax scheme. It fails in every way to achieve fairness in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Jeff Fox and Brenda Knight, you voted for Urban Logic's contract at the Beaumont Council meeting December 7th, 2013. Kieran McKieran, as the new owner of Urban Logic, is continuing the sewer plant scam and still begging for money today. McKieran, we have a proven track record of innovating for the city, facilitating community development, the initial development of a comprehensive interrogative program to finance and develop infrastructure. Our efforts resulted in Beaumont being recognized by Dr. Husing as the only city in the county to develop an infrastructure like this. And I'll interject. Right, no roads, no fire stations, and no recycled water. He goes on to say, another way we innovate for the city, and you will see the city was the first in the state and possibly the country to introduce UV disinfection to replace chlorination for an effective method of destruction of pathogens at the wastewater treatment plant. What does this do? It reduces toxicity to the city waters. It decreases salinity from the eco line. The 7-step process that takes wastewater into environmentally safe recycled water that meets or exceeds Title 22 requirements and also helps restore the Beaumont Basin. I can't believe that man sat there and said that, and that you two voted for it. Where is that Title 22 certification? Will we ever stop paying Urban Logic consultants? We have no state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plant, although we have spent $100 million in taxpayer money. And that sewer plant is not even worth $1. I think you saw yesterday what $100 million should have bought for the city of Beaumont.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Urtiaga, could you bring us back information on that next council meeting? Because I know we're close to the recycled water issue. And also on the CFD issue, we have a workshop sometime scheduled.
We're compiling a list of all the workshops that council has asked for.
Okay. All right, next,
No other speakers.
oh. Okay, at 6:28, we're going to close the public hearing. All right, council reports. I think I'll start tonight. We were all out at the recycled water plant over in Yucaipa. It was very, very impressive. Absolutely beautiful plant. And first of all, I want to thank Mr. Frazier and Joe Zoba for the olive branch. Our community is looking for that. I think everyone else will have a comment, but I wanted to start out with that, and we'll look forward to more coming from there. So, Mr. Fox, would you like to report?
Just piggyback on what you said, I was really impressed with what I saw in Yucaipa. And Judy's right, that's what $100 million spent the right way to buy it. It's a really nice, clean operation and done well. So, the only other thing I got is if I can have Ashley take, because I don't want to keep you to the end of the meeting, on report on the public safety. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have our public safety golf tournament this weekend, and so far we have 44 players signed up, and I believe 12 tee sponsors and numerous businesses have provided raffle items for us, so it's really shaping up to be a great event. Registration opens at 7:30, and we tee off at 8. So we still have a couple more spaces. If anyone would like to join us, just please let me know. Thank you.
And what was the date, Ashley?
This weekend, Saturday, September 19th, at Golden Era Golf Course in San Jacinto.
Thank you.
Is that just the tournament? Or what about the dinner or the luncheon?
It's there.
Are you talking about Public Safety Appreciation Day and the memorial?
I thought there was, besides the golf tournament, there was like a...
Are you talking about the hospital?
Oh, okay.
That's different, yeah.
Maybe I'm mixing all that stuff. Sorry.
But they're going to serve lunch at the golf tournament for the golfers.
Yes.
And October 10th is the dedication of this year's nominees on the wall for public safety. So I believe it's 11 o'clock.
The memorial service starts at 10 o'clock, but the day is going to begin with a pancake breakfast at 7:30, and then the memorial service at 10, and then at 11 we'll follow the free community safety fair, which will have all the various public safety agencies and their apparatus and displays. One of the really neat things we're doing is we're going to have a side-by-side burn. We got a grant. Richard Horner would be able to describe it more. But basically, he's going to build 2 rooms side-by-side, and one will have a fire sprinkler and the other one won't. So we can demonstrate the benefits of having fire extinguishers in residential homes. So that's one of the cool things that we're going to have at the event on Saturday, October 10th. Yes.
Thank you, Ashley. That's it.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Fox?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laura.
The tour was great, and I'd just like to thank Councilmember White for his efforts in putting that together. I appreciate that very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orozco?
Yeah, just to kind of jump on that, the water tour. It was been my 3rd time visiting that water treatment. My first time I was back in 2007, right after I moved here. Found they've come a long way, and that community put a lot of planning into that water treatment facility plant, and it shows. So that was a great opportunity, and there's more to come, hopefully, as we continue to have those discussions. A couple other things as well, just to update the council as well as the community. We've met for the fire committee that the mayor put together, the ad hoc. We met on Wednesday of last week, and I know that staff is going to bring some options that our committee kind of put together, and we want to present that to the council. So just to let you know that we've been on hiatus for a while just due to issues in the city, but I think we kind of got back and put that together, and we want to present that. So as the Water Resource Committee, we're continuing. Hopefully we can make it an official ad hoc across the board. We're working towards that, and I want to just add to that is that we've been so long not been able to work with our partners, agencies in the community, and this is an opportunity for us to do that. Again, water is a huge resource, and I think it's going to make it effective and efficient if we continue to do so, keep continuing meeting like that. RCA, I sit on the RCA board, and I met, we've been on hiatus because they had a break for the summer break, and so we met RCA. Many of those issues were closed session items, but a couple of things I did bring back, and there's some in the back room, a journal, basically updates. They worked on this over the summer and had this prepared, and it's been all the projects that the RCA has been working on, some of the protective and monitoring animals that they have brought into the Riverside County or protection. They are making efforts on an overall plan, continuing that plan of purchasing and acquiring land to meet the RCA plan. Here in Beaumont, we do touch bases with some of that RCA, the land that has been acquired, not recently, but in the past. So if anybody in the community would like a specific update on particular land acquisitions and information on that, I'll be happy to share that with them. Or you can just get one of these journals, and it also discusses it as well. And I think that's it. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Orozco. Mr. White?
Hi, I too want to talk about our tour yesterday. When I suggested it and worked with the two water district managers to organize it, I couldn't have expected a better turnout. I think we had every single elected official from all three agencies, City of Beaumont, the Cherry Valley Water District, and Yucaipa Valley Water District. I think that we need to be a little more proactive than having meetings and hoping that there's more to come. We need to start moving forward. You know, before we spend any more money on the treatment plant that we have now, we need to take the olive branch that was extended to us yesterday and work out and look at some studies. We need to, I hope that we will have an agenda item to show our support very, very soon, because we are on a timeline, and I don't think that, you know, it would be responsible for us to authorize any more spending on the wastewater treatment plant if there's another solution or another option that is better for the city of Beaumont. Some of the things that came up yesterday, the discussion of the brine line, which we've all been told is a done deal, will never be allowed into it. It was discussed that could be part of the solution. There are a lot of items that were discussed, but I think that my goal has been that we get the city of Beaumont out of the wastewater treatment business. We have enough things to worry about. And so I think what the meeting we had, I'm very hopeful. Chad Mays, our state assemblyman, who's also now the ranking member on the Republican Party for the state assembly, said that he was willing to see what he can do to work towards a regional solution. And I think a regional solution can only benefit all of us. And as Mr. Orozco said, we do need to work better with our neighbors, and I think this is a great first step. So I want to thank the rest of you for all showing up for that. And as I said, we need to not just plan more meetings, but we need to start authorizing studies. We need to seriously look at the options that were suggested to us yesterday. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. City Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. The
acting city manager brought up how busy we've had agendas, and so I've actually been a little light on the treasurer's report, both on the last meeting and I will be on this meeting. And the next meeting, hopefully, if the agenda's a little shorter, we'll do a lengthier treasurer's report. But in the meantime, I'll do a verbal update. The bank reconciliations are making great progress on them by staff. We've now started the month of May, so we're closing in, and they're going faster. The months are going faster, so we're hoping to close that gap faster. And right now, we're working on a variance of under $300, so we're in pretty good shape with that. And staff has really done a terrific job on that. The investment policy, I'll be doing a meeting with staff to see what we need to do to get started on scoping out where we should begin with that and how we should start the baby steps of doing an investment policy. I realize it sounds a little bit large at this point when we're just trying to adopt a budget, but if we plan well and we plan ahead, I think hopefully we can step into a seamless process that gets us at least started on looking at working as smart as we can with our money, with managing risk to a minimum. The Standing Financial Committee ordinance, we had the last reading, the second reading, on the September 1st meeting, and I don't know where we are on the adoption of it, but after it's been adopted, 30 days out is when we should begin the process of that, after it's been adopted. So
It's on tonight's consent agenda.
okay, just to make sure we're all set with the adoption of it, and then I'll go ahead and monitor what we need to do on the 30-day beginning process for that. The warrant review, I've done that. I've looked at some questions on it, and I don't know if everybody got a chance to submit any questions that they would have on the warrant list, but if not, I'll go ahead and take any questions now. Did anybody have any additional questions? Nope. Okay.
Just a moment.
No, we're good.
We're in good shape. Thanks. And one of the things I do want to bring up, and actually I need to get the opinion of the city attorney on this, is that we have had a couple of warrants where what's happened to city staff actually is people accumulate their invoices over a period of time, and then they kind of bombard city staff with a whole number of invoices, and city staff has to work extra hard to go through a large number of invoices that actually go back quite far. That happened on one of the prior warrant lists with Stagecoach Towing, for example. They had taken a lot of invoices that were back invoices. So I would like us to consider if when we do contracts, is there some way we can roll into that there's a window that they can submit their invoices in, and they can't dig deep 6 or 8 or 9 months later and produce invoices that go back to 2013 or whatever. It's very difficult on staff to be able to manage cash when you don't expect a pile of invoices to come in. It also puts us in a position with a vendor that we might have a great deal of respect and want to keep a good relationship with, where we have to get into a justifying mode. And then, of course, it looks very bad on a warrant list to see a huge amount like that. So it would just make things a little bit smoother if we could figure out a way to roll that into our process and make people agree to it.
Yes, and we can do that. We can put language in we've prepared a standard contract for the city to use, an updated contract, and we can include language that would address that issue, so you don't run into that problem.
Thank you.
And we will. We'll go back and we'll add that now that you've raised that.
Thank you. I have nothing else to add, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 4, action items, public hearing requests. Item number A, resolutions, fiscal year 2015-16, operating budget, all funds. Staff report, is that you? Okay. Ms. Urtiaga?
First, let me say that Michael Bush could not be here tonight. He had a conflict.
Okay.
Mayor and council, this is the third session in the adoption of the 2015-2016 operating budget. On July 8th, we presented the operating revenues. On August 25th, we had a budget workshop in which we discussed in detail the proposed budget for the general fund, the enterprise fund, and the special revenue fund. And then lastly, on September 1st, council was presented with a proposed budget document for discussion and review, and at that time, council also adopted the Transit Services Fund budget. At the September 1st workshop, council reached a consensus that one police officer position should be added back into the budget. Finance staff and myself reviewed the police budget and found a duplication error in the contract services budget for police. In essence, what happened was one of the line items in the budget was separated out of contracts, but however, it was not removed from the total dollar amount in the contract services. We were able to add the police position for back in for a total at 6 months for a total of $71,666 and reduce the contract services by that same amount. The bottom line for the police budget was not impacted by this change. The authorized position was also augmented to include the additional police officer position for a total of 37 to 38. There were no other changes to the budget document. So the fiscal impact for fiscal year 15-16 general fund appropriations and transfers are $28,282,952. Special revenue fund appropriations and transfers are $49,721,529, and the sewer fund transit fund appropriations and transfers are $9,359,165. You do have a resolution before you, and it has been publicly noticed in the newspaper, as you can see in the attached legal notice. And with that, we're open to answer any questions and close the public hearing. I believe it was continued at the last meeting.
So are there any requests to speak on this?
Yes, we do have.
Okay.
One speaker, Mayor.
All right, let me open the public hearing at 6:45.
It's already open, right?
Oh, well,
Oh, yeah.
now, sorry.
John Dyson.
You got, okay.
John Dyson, Solara resident. I urge council to add an important technology item to the upcoming budget. Please allow those working, commuting citizens the opportunity to watch council meetings in action. Please record the video and make it available for viewing on demand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Now I'm going to close.
If I might add a comment, I have under city manager's report an update on that.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at 6:45. Or 6. Let's put 6:46. Okay. Mr. Orozco had some questions he'd like to ask here.
Well, just a comment.
Comment.
So I know I've reserved myself the last council meeting, not saying anything. So I kind of wanted to make a comment as we vote on this. But no, as we have discussed and we'll be voting on the proposed budget, I would like to take the opportunity to first thank community members and business owners who have hosted or attended, coffee or conversations that I've had, budget talk meetings, just to kind of answer the concerns of the community. And, in return, they gave me their fear, their questions and feedback, and I want to say thank you, because the feedback I did get let me know that the community truly wants to be together on this and wants to come up with a solution, and that kind of dive into the past. But many have asked, including my wife, why I've not said anything to her at all, and but I reserved my comments because my big thing is I wanted to kind of get the full picture, and that meant taking the opportunity to hear from the community, my colleagues. And tonight, we're going to be asked to give a decisive action on kind of an action needed to stabilize the city's finances, reduce expenses, and most importantly, protect local taxpayers from future growth. I hope I can speak for everybody on the council here in the community and say that our goal is to balance a budget and while keeping our community safe. The question I heard most frequent in the budget talks that I've had is, what are we doing about it? And what are we doing to make sure this doesn't happen again? Unlike some of our frequent critics here, our citizens and business owners don't plan to move anytime soon, or they don't want to see our city burn to the ground. They love our city. My family and the people that I've met love the city.
Roscoe, who are you talking about, burning the city to the ground?
I think most of us, up on the dais or not, have been aware of the city's finances and financial practices that got us here during the recession that may have impacted many cities like ours. Was it willful ignorance, or was it a refusal to face the truth? Either way, it's best for our city to move forward. With time, we can learn to forgive, but let's not forget how we got here. Let me make it very clear, though. This did not happen overnight, and we should hold all stakeholders responsible for what has happened. The electeds, one vote or not, the electeds need to be held responsible. Staff, consultants, and the citizens of Beaumont. We need to take ownership. And in order for us to move forward, that needs to happen. And it has happened in a lot of cases. I think the key to truly rebuilding our city on a vital and sustainable foundation is the people of this city. That's the greatest asset we have. In saying that, as for the budget, I've reviewed it, I've talked about it, I've carried around the budget wherever I go, extra time that I do have during lunch, and before I go to sleep, I go through it and I studied it and I've taken a look at it and make sure that I can answer the questions and concerns of the people. It's a balanced budget. And many have asked, is this the best we can do? I have faith in our colleagues up here, our city treasurer, and the team that we do have today. And as much as it hurts me to vote on it tonight and say it's balanced on the backs of the people you see here tonight, our employees, who are in most cases our residents, but most importantly the citizens of this great city. Believe me, when it's been tough for me to kind of look our community members in the eye and not being able to tell them some of the things that we do know. This budget's going to do a few things that most of us are aware of. One, we've already stopped the bleeding. Two, it's going to allow us to move forward and create a workout plan to help us to stay in front of the general fund and provide us a reasonable reserve. Three, design and create a capital improvement plan, which I look forward to working on that with my colleagues. We have and will continue to develop and implement new fiscal management policies, which we've already done, thanks to my colleagues up here. I'm confident that with my colleagues and the staff that we have, that all these measures will be possible. So again, I want to thank you. And as we go forward, I think we will be faced with more fiscal problems down the road. And this is going to be vital that one of the things that we've implemented here as a council is the Standing Financial Committee, and I think that's a great way forward. So again, I want to thank my colleagues up here for having the courage to look in the community in the eye and be able to make a decision on this budget. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roscoe, thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Mayor, I have a question.
Mr. White?
If you're going to talk about the video on demand in your manager's report, can we hear that now? Because I think that's, to me, that's still important. I'd like to see that added.
Excuse me, just a minute. Chief Dooley's, we're having a problem up front. Now, I've got complaints that people can't hear. I just saw it firsthand. And I want each of you to know that if this keeps on, I am not opposed to shutting the meeting down. Now, this is so important. We're dealing with lives here, our employees that we care about. And
You didn't care a month ago, okay?
excuse me,
This
you
isn't a new issue.
are out of order.
Mayor, I'd like to move to adjourn for 5 minutes.
We're going to move to adjourn. this point in time, I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. And for those of you in the audience, if there's continued disruption, we will take action to solve the problem. But it's very important that we are able to hear what's going on. And Sheila, I apologize that you couldn't hear. And please don't just blurt out. It's inappropriate. And we have some very difficult decisions to make tonight. And we take this very seriously. So I want an orderly meeting. And it will be orderly. Period. It will. Now, for any of those that want to speak, you can fill out a request to speak. I've closed the public hearing, and we need to go forward from this time on. All right?
So, Mayor and Council, to answer Councilmember White's question, Carrie has been working with the IT contractor on a solution, and we're actually testing something tonight with the equipment that we have. There's a conversion process in place, but we are working on it. And as a reminder, we do have an RFP out for IT contract services, and that will be at the top of the list to get some sort of recordation of these meetings. And if all else fails, I'll have somebody with a GoPro videotape it, and we'll get them online. I promise.
So that it's not a line item in the budget, though?
No, it's not.
Okay. And by making it a line item in the budget, does it carry more weight?
It gives me money to spend.
Okay. I think that it's important enough that we at least take a vote on, I think the numbers, if Carrie is she here? She's not here?
She's here.
I would like to make a motion to add the amount for it, but I think the last numbers, I want to get her idea for numbers again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have several quotes coming in. We haven't combined them all, but the last ones I have from our current IT consultants, it's around 15,000.
Okay.
So with some of the upgrade options that we had listed, so I thought that was affordable.
Okay.
Those would give us some options.
Okay, and I think that's a great start. So I don't know how we do this. Do I make a motion that we amend the budget, or?
We have some questions
Okay.
on that
We have some questions.
discussion that you brought up. So, Mr. Lara, go ahead. He put his hand up first.
I apologize.
On that, does that include, I know one of the problems that you can run into with the video is long-term storage and the cost of that. So, and I know that there's been some ideas floated as far as maybe using YouTube where you don't have that cost.
Correct.
What do the 15,000? Does that include long-term storage?
It does not.
Okay.
It does not include.
How much would the long-term storage be?
Depends on what size. We have to look at the average amount of meetings and try to kind of convert that to storage. I can tell you it's very expensive, but we can look at it. My suggestion, what Onyx and I discussed in the budget process, was there is an IT budget for contract services. We think that we've built that budget, not knowing how these RFPs are going to return. We think we've built the budget with some additional funding for some equipment that isn't earmarked for a specific piece of equipment. What I would recommend is that you move forward as is. I think what we have currently in the IT budget will be acceptable, if you will. If I need more than is in the IT budget, I think mid-year budget review, which is right around the corner, by then we'll have the IT consultant, the contract finalized. We'll have somebody on, our current contractor or a new contractor on permanent staff, and we'll be able to prioritize. And if we need more funding, we'll come back at the mid-year budget review and I think look at those contingency items. That's what I would recommend at this point, because I don't think it's anything significant that we need to change the budget document now.
But that's for the long-term storage.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, but in the meantime, the 15,000
We can move forward
would
with
give us
the little things.
It would give us some options.
Right, and I don't know whether I'm respectfully disagreeing or agreeing with you, because I want a line item that says 15,000.
That's fine.
Because I want to make that commitment as a council. I want to have the vote to make that commitment as a council. So that's, I'm sorry.
The budget is being proposed to be adopted pursuant to a resolution. So you can, in this meeting, make a motion to approve the budget with a proposed amendment to it.
Okay.
You can do that.
Okay, so is my motion a separate motion from approving the budget, or is
It
it?
can be part of the same motion to approve the budget with that one additional change.
Okay, I don't know. I can make that motion now, and it doesn't stop us from still having conversation.
Yes, why don't we have the conversation, because your motion might change a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay? Mr. Orozco?
Thank you. If we were to go on YouTube, we would still have to go through YouTube because they only give you a certain amount of storage space.
Correct.
So you would have to go
At some point, we have to purchase storage
purchase
for them,
the
correct?
storage.
Yes.
And have we looked into that?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, because again, I have to figure out what our long-term storage needs are going to be, and figure out, so once we start recording them, we keep them indefinitely, figure out what our retention policy and those sorts of things
There's
are.
a public
There's a-
records requirement.
Yeah.
Right, but
Once we
nowadays a
start recording, you've got to
terabyte,
keep them.
a terabyte is not too expensive. I mean, storage is relatively cheap.
Correct.
So I don't know that we need to worry
Yeah.
about that.
So I know, because I think we had spoken about it, and it was mentioned right now too, about when we do an RFP, we can put that, has the RFP been written?
It's already out, and it's due this week or next week.
No, that one, I have several on it's the end of this month.
Okay.
So it hasn't gone out yet?
No,
No,
it's
it's
out.
out.
No,
Oh, it's out. Okay. Now,
And one of the project lists on there is this.
yeah, exactly. So the contractor we do use they might bring their own equipment.
Correct.
And,
And this will be the first project once the contract is awarded.
Because when I was looking, and I know I sent some staff some links, and I've been calling.
And those are some of the companies I've reached out to for quotes as well.
Yeah, and a lot of them that I spoke to have indicated that if they're contracted, it's like a loan sort of type of thing. They bring their equipment, they do all that, so we might not have to spend any additional resources. They've told me that in some cases, certain cities went out and buy some resources, and it didn't even matter because they didn't even use it, basically, because it wasn't compatible to a lot of the things they use. And in some efforts, if we were to use them for a long period of time, and there's like a loan to purchase or purchase to loan or whatever, and you buy the equipment over time, and it becomes yours, basically. And it's basically what is already in the contract that we negotiated. So, okay.
Yes, that will definitely be a top priority once the contract is awarded.
Okay, and then one more question. If we were to vote on this as an additional item, and the amount that was we discussed, what we vote for, is not being used, and because it goes within the RFP and
Correct.
it's under that.
It may go under the contract service.
Yeah, and can we come back and revisit that amount and place that back at some point?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Or use it for something else? We won't be stuck with it, that amount?
No.
Mayor, when it's my turn, I'd like to.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a.
Okay, Mr.
Fox.
Oh, do you have a question, or did you want to make?
Well, I just wanted to carry on the conversation
Oh, okay.
that Mr.
Go ahead, Mr.
Roscoe
White.
just said.
And then Mr. Laura.
Okay.
Your
Mr.
turn.
Fox had-
Fox, one, two.
The 15,000 is not the ultimate
No.
dream solution that we need. The 15,000 is a bare bones, improve what we've got now, make it video on demand.
Correct. And so that, moreover, it was to increase the bandwidth so that the people watching could stay connected
Right.
and not get disconnected. There was a couple elements in that quote.
So then if the contracts that Mr. Roscoe is speaking about do cover that and have loaned, and we have the additional money from that 15,000, that can be used to buy storage, it can be used to upgrade other machines.
It can be used elsewhere.
Maybe upgrade the machines up here. So, I mean, that's what I'm looking for, is a commitment, not a, hey, let's try and fix what we can now and we'll worry about it later. This is, we talked earlier about how do we stop us getting to where we are again. And the way we do that is we make it video on demand for the entire community when they're available to view it. And it'll put the oversight and the accountability on the council and not on anybody else. And that's why I think it's important we make that commitment.
And I think what we can do now, Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong, we can do an amendment to the RFP and start getting pricing from the current contractors that are looking at the RFP and kind of gauge that as the dollar amount and we'll know within the next couple weeks what that dollar amount is, just to have them included in their proposal, whether or not it's equipment that they loan, if they have that ability. I don't think it would necessarily, Onyx, it wouldn't disqualify them if we added it.
No, you just have to extend it
To everybody.
Right. So if we did an amendment to the RFP and we sent that out tomorrow, that's an area that we want to focus on specifically, then we can talk to the respondents about it.
Thank you.
Mr. Laura.
I understand where Councilmember White is coming from, but at this point, I would really prefer to look at that maybe at mid-year budget review, and so that we can get an opportunity to have, or staff can have an opportunity to get this budget and everything associated with this budget shaken out within the next couple of months, because there's a lot of moving parts. This budget's very dynamic, and I'm going to be willing to go back and look at it to see where we're at financially at that point. Just my thought.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laura. Mr. Fox, where are you? You had a comment?
In the council chambers. I agree with Mr. White. I think if that's all we're asking, is like you said, there's probably already money in the IT budget to cover it, but to have that cushion of 15 grand, that ain't. Like I said, if we don't use it, IT can use it for something else in the department. But are we done with it? Done with?
All right. Any more questions here? No. Okay. Thank you. And that was your comment. Okay.
Well, no, I wanted.
No, you have something else. Okay.
Well, we're talking about the budget here, right?
With this item, and it's one of the number one complaints I get. People that are trying to watch our council meetings, and I guess I am in favor of putting it on there.
Great.
Mayor, I'd like to make
So
a comment as well.
Let's see what we're
if I
doing.
could. I'd like to make a comment also, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. City.
Yeah, it's also the same for me. From the people I've talked to, it's frustrating for them not to be able to see something going on. So I'm supportive in my end as well.
Okay.
And we do have a comment on that
Okay.
from the
All right.
public.
Comment on that issue
From the public, yeah.
from the public. Can I do that, or do you want me to?
If you're proposing to make changes, then it's appropriate to allow the public to comment on those proposed
Okay.
changes to the budget.
And the request to speak?
Yes, request to speak by Victor Dominguez. Oh, he's coming.
Good evening, Council. I came here tonight for a specific reason, and the reason was specifically for the video on demand or the access to allow the public to see the City Council meetings. I haven't been around in a while, but this issue is so important, it drug me out of my house to come here. This whole thing with our budget and the crisis that the City of Beaumont is in today is here because we had an uneducated community. Many years ago, I proposed, along with others, that the video be made available live to the community so they can see it for themselves. Instead of having tidbits of information being delivered and having it blow up, as Alan Kapanis used to call it, rumor control, which we know that was his spin on what he wanted the public to know. Well, there's no better way to combat that than for the public who wants to see the videos to go online and view them, to see firsthand what transpires from the speakers to the council's response, and the speakers. So that way they can make their own intelligent decision on the issues that faces their community, from the city treasurer to the city clerk to the council, police department, and public safety with fire. That way, when a politician goes in their neighborhood and speaks to them, they already have information on that person, and that person just can't repeat what they hear because they haven't done the research themselves. So the community can be really educated on this from this point forward, because we're here today in this financial mess because the community was not educated. Now, we had people in the community who tried to educate the current council, especially the two members that have been here the longest, but fell upon deaf ears. But if we had an educated community that can grab their attention, that way it can hold them accountable to ask the tough questions, to follow through with those, as Councilman White was suggesting, which I am happy that Councilman White actually wanted to pull this and put it in a line item to put some teeth to it, so that way it just doesn't fall by the wayside and we lose sight and we lose thought of it. So I think it's very important, but most of all, I actually think it's almost required, because the community deserves better, because our government and this community failed them. So now we have to prioritize that money, which is $15,000 ain't nothing, should prioritize more, because we should be able to see the speakers instead of the back of their heads. So that way we can have educated community. A lot of you up there campaigned on accountability. You campaigned on putting the right information out there. Now here's your chance to vote the right way, to put the right meaning behind your words for all to see. Thank you, Council. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's move forward. Mr. White, you have a...
Are we done talking about the budget?
Are we? Well, no, just
No, I
this
think
item.
Mr. Fox-
This one item.
No, this item here, it's up to you. You open a hearing on it, so.
Just this one item. Okay, to put it on.
Right, I just know that we're going to do it as a motion, and I think Mr. Fox still wanted to talk about the budget.
Yeah, but you got to close this.
Yeah.
Once it makes the motion, then we're pretty much moving forward, so.
I understand what you're saying, but we open discussion on this one particular item.
Right. We can move forward on other items.
We close that
Well, I think Councilmember Fox's point is to close the public comment on that.
on this item.
On this item
So
at
we go forward.
7:15, we have closed the public comment. Okay, now everybody happy? Okay?
Thank you. I have no pre-written speech here, but I will tell you that this is the most comprehensive and well thought out budget that I've seen, and I'm truly believe that it will stop the bleeding. I think that word was brought up, and the accountability. Now that we have a true city treasurer, she promised to give the council a monthly report in the future when we get back on our feet, exactly what we've spent that month and where we are. And it's real important that we know that we're not going overboard on particular items, and we stay within our means. And I'm happy. I want to thank, they've been thanked a lot, but I want to thank staff and the pros that they brought in to help us put us back on our feet. And I'm confident that there's going to be losses in the ranks, and everybody knows that. And I hope that they realize that the staff's going to work hard to bring back as many people as they possibly can. None of us know who those people are. I don't. But our hearts go out to them and their families. But talking to our HR folks, that they're going to work hard on giving them the first priority and coming back to the city, because it is a wonderful place to work. And with that, if there's no other comments on the budget, I'd entertain a motion, or I'll give the motion to adopt with Mr. White's amendment to the budget of $15,000 for the IT program.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Fox, second by White to approve with the amendment. And Mr. White, we'll take a roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotto?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Motion passed.
And so you were approving the resolution adopting the budget with that one change.
One change. Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right. We're going to move to item number 4B. This is an adoption of the FY 2015-2016 appropriations limit. We're going to have our staff report from Ms. Arteaga.
I'm actually going to ask Onyx
Okay.
to give the staff report. She explains it much better.
All right. This is Mrs. Jones.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. This is actually the second time it's being brought before you, and I did go over it in detail in our last council meeting. This is part of the budget, so when you approve the budget, you also approve the appropriations limit. We are well within the appropriations limit. We have not exceeded it. But I'll answer any questions if you have any additional questions, but we did go in detail over it last meeting.
Any questions for Mrs. Jones?
No, I move that we adopt this resolution.
So could we?
I have to open the
public hearing.
Are there any requests to speak on this, Mr. City Treasurer?
For
or
no.
Clerk, excuse me. No?
No, ma'am.
No request to speak. Well, we'll open it and close it at 7:18. Okay.
Okay, I have a motion by White, and I missed the second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Laura?
Okay, motion by White, second by Lotta to approve the adoption of the FY 2015-2016 appropriations limit. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, that passed 5-0. Item number C, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adding sections 2.08, 120, City Treasurer duties to the City of Beaumont Municipal Code. Staff report.
So you have before you an ordinance proposing to define the city treasurer duties. And if you look on page 2 of the ordinance, there's an A and B section to the ordinance. Section A provides that the city treasurer shall perform those duties established by the general laws of the state of California, including Government Code Section 41001 et sec, and then it goes on to list what those duties are that are set forth in the code. And then in item B, this is more of the customized language that's been added beyond what's provided in the Government Code. And item B says that the treasurer shall also perform the following duties. 1, reviewing the monthly warrants on a bi-weekly basis with the city manager or his or her designee to determine the integrity of the warrants and to ensure the warrants are properly issued. 2, delivering monthly summary accounting of all receipts, expenses, and fund balances to the city council and working with the city manager or his or her designee to ensure accuracy of said reports. 3, providing a monthly city treasurer's report to the city council, raising issues of concern and or requests for city council action. 4, representing the city as needed and or requested by the city council at city, county, state, and commission meetings. 5, working with the city manager or his or her designee to prepare and deliver additional reports as requested by the council. Reports may be added to a monthly, quarterly, or annual schedule if deemed to be beneficial to the city council in decision making. 6, completing special projects as requested by the City Council. 7, serving on all city financial committees, including budget formation, audit, decisions and process, risk assessment, financial strategy, revenue development, and transparency policies for the security and integrity of city assets, funds, information, and security. And then the final item, C, is something that's required by the California Government Code. And that provides that the authority of the City Council to invest or reinvest city funds may be delegated to the City Treasurer, subject to annual review and renewal by the City Council pursuant to 53607 of the California Government Code. So that's something that you do annually. You give that authority to the City Treasurer annually, and we included that language in here, granting that authority. So that is the ordinance, a summary of the ordinance that you have before you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pickney. Do I have, are there any requests to speak on this?
And at this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open and close the public hearing at 7:22. Do I have, is there anything, comments, or have we gone over this enough?
I would like to ask a question and then make a comment.
Okay.
The annual authority is this, once we approve this, is this then a process that we have to do? Because we haven't done that yet, I don't believe, correct?
You haven't in the past. I don't believe you have. So we included language in here providing that the city treasurer shall have the duty to enforce the investment policy of the city and may be adopted and amended by the city from time to time. So we've included the statutory language and the authority in the ordinance.
Okay.
And then it has to come back to you every year, granting her
So this
or him that authority.
does grant the authority
Yes.
by approving this. Okay. And Mayor, I'd like to ask to, seeing that Mrs. Carroll is our first treasurer that will be working under this, that I'd like to get her input on this before we move forward.
Just one question before.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe,
So-
and we'll have your...
Is this the first reading?
This is, I believe, the first reading. We're having the public hearing tonight.
Okay, so once we approve, this doesn't make this effective until the second reading.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make some clarification. Some comment were made by council members. I just want to make clarification. So nothing will be effective yet until
the second reading.
Okay.
Until after
30 days.
30 days, right? After the second reading.
Okay. All right, any other comments before? Okay, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you very much. I'm actually honored to be able to see so much structure put back into the treasurer role, because I think it's important in terms of checks and balances. So I'm looking forward to being the guinea pig with introduction back into putting a little bit of more flex into this role. I think that it's good for staff because I think it complements staff. I think it's certainly good for the public. I want to make sure that it's as seamless as possible. By that I mean I want the reports to be able to be followed on, which is sort of why I was getting a feel or testing the water with the Standing Financial Committee. I want to make sure that I pick it up without any drag in between there. So I'll have to proactively make sure that I talk with staff as their time permits to get in place some of these reports. And I expect them to change. I expect us to do a little pilot of reports and then for the city council to say, I'd like to see this added or this taken away or this doesn't seem useful. I'll work with staff on looking what other cities do. I've already accumulated some reports for that, so we have a good starting point. And then I hope it's really beneficial to the city, which is why I supported doing it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Motion?
As long as she's happy, I'll make that motion to adopt.
Motion, okay.
I'll second
by
the motion.
Fox, second by Orozco.
Okay, motion by Fox, second by Orozco to approve the first reading of the ordinance as presented. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye. Councilmember
Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Motion passed 5-0. Okay, item number D, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adding Chapter 15.46, expedited, permitted procedures for small residential rooftop solar energy systems, that's a mouthful, to the Beaumont Municipal Code.
It's a tongue twister.
Yes, my gosh.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Doesn't this rain feel refreshing?
Oh, yes, it does. Will you please introduce?
Yeah, my name is Keith Hightower. I'm the building official for the City of Beaumont. This local ordinance before you tonight is a minor housekeeping item, bringing the city into compliance with the new requirements established by Assembly Bill 2188. Assembly Bill 2188 recently amended Section 714 of the Civil Code and Section 65850.5 of the Government Code, requiring adoption of this local ordinance by September 30th of this year. Assembly Bill 2188 took quite a while to work its way through the state legislature last year with many revisions. The basic intent of this bill is to establish uniform solar permitting procedures among jurisdictions throughout the state of California. There are no reimbursements that are available from the state for implementing this ordinance. And in its final passage, the bill requires building departments throughout the state to adopt a local ordinance providing substantial conformance to the California Solar Permitting Guidebook. As noted, there is no fiscal impact, and the building division is already providing expedited review of applications for small residential rooftop solar systems, and this ordinance merely codifies what the building division is already doing.
Thank you.
And I'm here for any questions.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Hightower on this?
If you would.
Mr. Fox does.
Mr. Hightower, when is it, these are popped up all over town. I think it's a good idea. My house faces where I'm never going to get sun. But when does it become an eyesore? When they, is that your department when they, because you can manipulate the system as far as, with the brackets. And I can see the flush mounts on the panels. But does it become an eyesore? You know what I'm talking about, when they could build a bracket and move the panels to get, more
I've
raised.
seen some of the earlier systems that are standing up or cantilevered over the side of the house. We don't have any of those in our.
It's not going to happen.
They all run parallel to the roof plane.
So they have to be a flush mount.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? We have no request to speak?
No.
No, okay. Mr. Hightower, thank you. I know this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? Yes. A motion and a second?
I'll make the motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance as presented.
Second by Fox.
Second by Fox.
Okay, motion by Roscoe, second by Fox to approve. Roll call, Councilmember White.
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Councilmember Fox.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada.
Aye.
Mayor Knight.
Yes. Okay, that passed 5-0.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Did we open the public hearing?
Well, she asked if there.
I asked if there were
Oh, okay.
requests to speak. I'll open and close it at 7:28. Thank you. Okay, item number E, CDBG funding allocation. Staff report by Rebecca Deming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Each year we apply for the CDBG Community Development Block Grant funds for construction expenditure in the city of Beaumont. These funds must be used in the low-income areas of the city. I have attached a map for reference of those areas based on the census data. Currently, the Riverside County EDA has funds on hold for Beaumont for use. We are currently at risk of losing the 2013 and 2014 funds if the money does not start to see a drawdown of the account with the county. Originally, staff planned on including the funds in the capital improvement plan budget for the 8th Street project or as designated by council. However, the budget process for the CIP is taking a little longer than was originally estimated back in February. The funds are currently programmed for, the application states, improvements would consist of rehabilitation of sidewalks in Beaumont as well as adding new sidewalks where needed. This would provide safer travel for pedestrians on the sidewalks. Beaumont sidewalks are in disrepair and have been for many years. These improvements would be a major enhancement to the city's infrastructure and would be a welcoming sight to residents and non-residents who travel along these sidewalks on a daily basis. Funding will be used for all sidewalks additions needed first around Beaumont schools, parks, and other areas of high pedestrian traffic. There are a few options that we need to decide on and direct staff for keeping the money in the city. We can create an ADA and sidewalk rehab project. This proposal would include identifying and rehabbing ADA issue areas and sidewalks. This would require a 2-man crew, cost of materials to do the work, and administrative costs, which would be reimbursed through the CDBG funds. Although this may be a great opportunity to keep a few employees employed longer, this is not a continuous source of income and would not support the program on an ongoing basis. Depending on the ultimate cost for materials, staff believes that this could be a 1-year program, but could result in additional layoffs when the funding runs out. Another option is a neighborhood improvement program. This would include turning the money over to the county's EDA department for Beaumont's participation in the neighborhood improvement program. The program is for qualified low-income homeowners to help them with small improvements such as roofs, windows, or landscaping. Another option is, as mentioned, would be other areas that we would want road or sidewalk rehab that would cost less than the amount we have in the bank, which is $474,173. This would be approximately one block depending on the street. One issue we've had in the past with choosing a block is making sure that the sewer didn't need improvement in the same area because the cost would not cover those improvements. The cost of the bid document, should the council choose to go with that option, would not be reimbursed through the CDBG funds. And the fiscal impact depends on the choice you make. If you go for choosing a street, obviously there'd be additional costs for that preparation of the bid document. If we go with one of the other programs, there'd be no additional costs on top of the CDBG funds. I can answer any questions you may have.
I have a, you want to go,
Mr.
Lori? Do you
Fox
want me
has
to
a
go?
question.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, we know that
Tonight.
we know that this money, there's not enough money to pave any roads. Everybody knows that it's $1 million a mile, and I think when we are back on our feet, those roads that we spoke about, especially above 13th Street and older Beaumont, we need to focus on. I think the council's all agreed upon that. But the sidewalk repair is a must. And I don't know if there's a council member up here. I'm not sure. I haven't polled them. But if you walk Old Beaumont, the trip and fall hazards are definitely there, and it's been ignored long enough. I'm against giving the money to the county, Riverside, and them dictate to us how we're going to spend it. I think we're smart enough to spend our own, build our own sidewalks, and that's what I have to say about that.
Okay, Mr. Fox, thank you. Mr. White's next, and then Mr. Roscoe, and then
Okay.
Mr. Laura.
Mayor, may I just make a comment real quick? There was a document that was passed out to the council,
Okay.
and there are copies of it on the back table if anybody wants a copy.
Did you catch that? There are copies of what we were given on the back table. Commander Fagan back there has them. No, are we out
They're
of
back
time?
here. They're back here, but we need to change the disc.
All right, we need to take a break. So at 7:34, I apologize, Rebecca. Let's take a break. Okay, at 7:40, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Mrs. Deming, you were speaking, and we had to interrupt you so we could have you reported.
Wait for Mr. Fox here.
Oh, Mr. Fox is missing.
I think he's right outside that door. Nancy, if you want to.
I haven't. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Okay, are we ready to get going here? Mrs. Deming, thank you. Well, you were right in the middle of. Who was?
I was going to ask some
Mr. White,
questions.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What does EDA for county EDA stand for?
Economic Development Agency.
Okay. And the money expires if we don't use it. However, is that based on the dates that you have here? In other words, does 2013 expire the same time 2015 does?
14. Yes. Basically, when a plan does not have a drawdown in 270 days or an application, then we are at risk of losing it. We don't have a definite date from them, and HUD has not informed the Economic Development Agency for any remediation plans yet. So it's more of an at risk. If they start calling their tokens on all these CDBG throughout the state and the nation, they could require a remediation plan, and they could accept it or not accept it. So it's kind of at risk. There's no drop dead date at this time, but the sooner we start to see a draw on the funds, then we're no longer at risk.
Okay, and Mr. Fox brought up my concern as well. I don't want to give any money back to the city. I mean the county. County already gets all our property taxes. I think that I don't know how everyone else feels, but I think we can spend it better than the county can. Just my opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Other questions?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Roscoe.
You left me for
Yeah.
I did.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to clarify what I gave my colleagues. I wish I'd have gave it to them sooner, but I didn't know if I was going to violate any Brown Acts by passing this out or emailing it to my colleagues. Came to my attention that there's an eligibility and ineligibility requirements. And one of the things that I kind of like to see before I get into anything is that these are the people's tax dollars. And we got to be very careful on how we disseminate the opportunity and what we give, what it's geared for. One of the things that I do as a business owner consultant is I go around and give workshops on this, and that's something that I would like to do for our community if we decide to go that way. I don't mind doing them myself. I've done them before. I'm kind of planning on doing it because one of the things that I haven't seen in the past is that maybe it hasn't been drawn down or drawn out is because the community is not aware about it. And a lot of the organizations here that I've spoken to, there's only very few that really know about this stuff, about this particular block grant. And I think advertising it to the community and kind of giving workshops to the nonprofits that have access to this, that can qualify for this, starts to draw down, and it basically goes back into the community. The eligibility for this, I mean, I know you've mentioned a couple.
Yeah, and if I can mention that nonprofits can only take up 14% of our total allocations.
Yes, and I understand that, but I think they should have a first opportunity for these because it's going back into, we're not an agency that's going to multitask all these things. It's at best we put it out in the community and let them, us to watch and maintain it and kind of see where it goes, but because we are the ones that have to monitor that. But there's a lot of other programs that it qualifies for, and I just want to go over some of these things. I gave a packet out, and I hope my colleagues get a chance to go through it. But, I mean, some of the things were mentioned, public improvement. 8th Street was mentioned, the 6th Street sewer projects. Again, not to go over everything that's on here, but how it's geared toward. But there's a lot of programs, too, as well. I know the city, and my question, Elizabeth, the after-school program that we do at the community center, is that currently funded? Are we going to continue funding that? Or because of the funding, are we going to lose that program?
Well, the staff was laid off. We are working with a nonprofit agency to use the facility, and the terms of that relationship haven't been set forth yet, but we are talking to a nonprofit agency to use the facility since some of the recreation specialists will be ultimately laid off.
And that's where I'm going to, because I know the city of Almonte, I just worked with them. They were going through a similar process, and this particular grant allows us to hire employees to work for. I mean, the issue that I have bringing a nonprofit coming in, they're going to charge. And one thing that we did so well here was we provided an after-school program for our community, especially for the low-income families, single mothers that allowed their kids to, after school, be supervised and watched at their community center, while parents were able to go to work and make that extra income so they can spend on their kids here and spend the money here. So I kind of see it as a twofold. But, you know, I've had discussions with not just the treasurer, I had discussions with her as well, but some of the community members about this grant. And that's something that I would like to see. And this is the biggest purpose of this grant is for our youth. And if we can provide them, continuing providing them with after-school programming here and pay for that, even if it means hiring back two of the part-time employees that manage that, I think that would be a wonderful opportunity for us as a city to allocate. Second, I know we've had speakers here in regards to senior transportation. And I know chopping block that we have on the budget, again, is our senior community section in our community center, our seniors, right? Our senior center. Again, the eligibility, we are allowed to use that money to continue on operating. And even, I think we don't do enough for them currently, and this allows us to kind of spend some money on them, kind of keeping that program open, maybe even providing a van of transportation. I know I've heard all this talk. I'm going to look into it. This is going to get down the road. But again, this allows us to buy transportation for our seniors, so then we can, you know, if they need rides, we pick them up, we take them to certain places, whatever it may be, what it's used for. But again, the eligibility allows us to do that.
If I may respond, a few things. One is that the 14% would only be about $10,000, $12,000, which wouldn't cover a van. Also, the direction that I've been given from EDA is we cannot continue services. We have to have a new program for the public service. So even though it's a qualified program, it would have to be a new program. So continuing child care services from our program director is not an eligible activity. And again, the money that we're discussing now is only construction money. The public service money was already awarded in those years to, I think some was to the Boys and Girls Club, at one point domestic violence. But we do, as you mentioned, trying to get the information out there. The new deadline for this year is October 30th. We've put press releases together. Nonprofit applicants can put in their application through the Riverside County EDA website by that October 30th deadline for use of the City of Beaumont public service funds. And then EDA will forward us those applications, and they will come to the council to direct which programs you would like to fund. We also will be looking to come back before this date to find out what construction projects you would like staff to apply for at that same time.
So you're telling me there's no public service funds available left over?
Correct. We'd be looking at next year's funds for public services.
Okay. Going back to the issue, I know in the past you've advertised and stuff, but what I'm getting from community members, as has been mentioned, is they don't know how to apply. I mean, you give them the application, but I mean, we don't hold any workshops and stuff like that. So I'm going to put myself out there and volunteer myself to do that. But so we don't have any public service funds. It's all construction.
Correct.
how much, this is the amount
This
that's under-
dollar is the construction from those 3 years. The public service funds are already contracted out through the previous council's approval of the CDBG funds.
So it would cover public facilities and improvements and facilities economic development.
We would have to look, if there was economic development, we would have to look at the specific program and determine whether it was a construction economic development activity.
And whether or not 51% of the beneficiaries are low income.
Correct. When you get into direct programs or construction programs like the neighborhood improvement program that the county upholds, it's a very staff-intensive program. There are deed restrictions you have to put on the property. There's a lot of income verifications because it goes to that specific person. So when we have programs that go to a specific family or group or property, there's a lot of paperwork that has to restrict the property from being sold and used. So usually the city uses it for more of a construction project that benefits all.
So the Sixth Street Sewer Project, that would be a good example.
Correct.
Because a lot of that paperwork and process has already taken place already in terms of gathering the low income and what's for the purpose. This would be a good example.
It already meets the requirements because it's within that area. It's a construction project and it meets the mapped area. The biggest issue is we'd have to start construction to get reimbursed for CDBG before they cut us off for that drawdown. So it's definitely something we can look at for next year's funds and including that in the CDBG application, depending on what our expected time frame for moving forward on that is.
And this would be in addition to the money that we were trying to attempt to receive for that project, right? It would be because that's separate.
We have not applied for CDBG funds for that project to date. So yes, it would be additional funding.
Okay.
And I think for clarification, the key here is we don't have an adopted capital improvement program, and that's why this is before you tonight, because there is money that is going to be lost.
Okay. We need to move forward. You ready? Move
Quick
forward?
clarification. I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to
Mr. Laura,
jump in, and you never jumped
we put
in.
him last. He can go.
I like the idea of the ADA ramps and sidewalks. And as we continue to look to reaching out to our other friends, departments, agencies, perhaps we can touch base with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Park and Recreation District and maybe see what ADA improvements need to be done at their park, maybe to help with accessibility.
I'm not sure that the map goes up to Oak Valley Parkway. It stops right at the border on the south side. So the north side would not be in an eligible area.
Okay. Well, then in any case, I'd like to see us continue to look at doing ramps at intersections and repair sidewalks. That's a good idea. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laura. Mr. White?
Just clarification, this is a first reading, and when we approve, or if we approve the second reading, what are we approving here? Are we going to, at that point, give you a list of, it says direct staff on allocation funding and appropriate funds. Are we going to do that then? It sounds to me like we're going to do that later.
Well, if you direct us to move forward with the sidewalk and ADA, I'd have to ask how we would do those two positions, if we would be coming back with a budget amendment or...
Correct. If the council so chooses that, for example, the ADA and sidewalk rehab, what we would do is at the next meeting, we would have the entire program laid out for you, including the staff costs and budgeted items, things like that, to give you some sort of a timeline on areas that we would earmark that need to be done and manpower, benefits, et cetera.
So that would be part of the second reading, not a separate action.
And forgive me, but I don't know what you mean by second reading. This is not an ordinance.
Okay, so what is it that we're approving? We're just directing staff?
We're asking for direction on how to spend this money, the 13
Okay.
and 14.
So I'd like to make a suggestion. Since we just got this today, can we, I don't think I need a workshop. I just need time to look through this. And if everyone else needs a workshop, that would be good.
I think a workshop...
I was talking. Okay. But I think that it would be important before we start suggesting different, I mean, I like the idea of the sidewalks and the ramps, but I think it would be important that we have a little more time to, you know me, I like to read everything, so I'd like a little more time to read this rather than just making a decision tonight.
And we just received a copy of that as well from Councilmember
Correct.
Rose.
So I'd like to, I'd like to continue this to the next meeting. That's my idea, but again,
Okay.
that's my position.
And Mr. Laura, did you have something? And then I'm going to say something.
I agree with Councilmember White, but I don't want to do what we ended up doing with the sewer, was continue it, and then we end up losing the money. Is there a risk of doing that at this point, or it's hard to say?
It honestly could be any day that they ask for that remediation plan. I don't foresee us not, if we know it's going to be on the council, that remediation plan includes the council approval of the expenditure of funds. I assume or hope that they would approve it. I have not seen a remediation plan from Beaumont that showed the schedule of activities while we were in the process of, say, doing a bid document and hadn't started a draw, that it's been accepted, but I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee anything is basically my answer, but I don't foresee waiting till the next meeting as being a problem.
Okay.
If I could just add, if council doesn't mind, I'd like to start on doing some of the cost analysis, because we do have pending layoffs, and that would give us a little bit.
I would think that'd be very valuable when we reconsider this, yes.
Well, yes, wait. I agree. Rebecca, I think you said this is coming for the next year in October. Isn't that?
In November, we will have the applications for.
And we normally have a number of people that apply for it, and then we've had everything from Habitat to, I know the daycare at Four Rings Ranch is always.
Boys and Girls Club.
Or Boys and Girls Club is very, very important to our community, and maybe we could have more information then.
On a history of the previous
sure.
applications?
Yes.
Absolutely.
On how it works, and so there's a better understanding here. But as far as my part, I want to thank you. I think the ADA sidewalk rehab is where we should go. I think there will be some people in the community that would really like to see that.
I can also bring back the discussion right then for what the city would like to apply for that October deadline. So.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question for Rebecca, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Is the neighborhood improvement program similar to the one in Redlands, where they had the applications from the residents to put in for modifications on their yards and their houses and so forth?
I do not know about the details of their program. I imagine it would be a similar program, but it would be run through the county, since we wouldn't have the staff to run it at a city level.
Who would make the decision then on the final applications? Is it the city? Does it ever come back to us to decide?
It would not come back to us.
Okay, so they would decide on it. Okay.
They would make sure that all the I think they do it on a first come first served basis, based on the money and based on the restrictions of the program. So the first person to apply would take that first chunk if they qualify, and if it's an improvement that qualifies.
But the city loses control. We don't have
The city would not
anything.
have control.
Okay. The only reason I asked is because my grandfather went through Redlands, and it really did improve the Redlands area quite a bit. But if it's not city controlled, then that answers my question. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. City Clerk, Mr. Orozco, you had one more comment you needed?
Well, a couple questions and comment. So, from what I understand, if we were to, I kind of would like a workshop on this, and because I think there's more options to this than what's been provided to us. But if we were to make a determination, it's my understanding, because we have to give notice to the community how we're using these funds. We have to do it in a way that we're providing notice to not just a certain portion of the community, but if it's Spanish-speaking community, we have to provide notices on how we're using the money in Spanish. We have to provide that information out there. Also, we have to give notice on how we're using the money, just in general to the community, on how we're using that funds, because that's part of the requirement here. Correct?
I believe those requirements are met through the county EDA, because the program is through them. So they hold workshops and applications, and their website has the details on the application. We're not even using a city application. It is the county EDA's application. But we can definitely work with a translator to do a press release on top of the one we have done for the submittal to EDA by the October 30th date, if council directs.
No, I'm talking about if we were to use the money for curbs and gutters?
Our application is already for sidewalks, so we would not be changing our original applications for 13, 14, and 15. So there would be no program changes. We would just be deciding exactly the form that we're meeting that streets and sidewalk program that was already awarded, already went through public hearings through the CDBG application process in those years.
So you're telling me that this process already went through already?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, so you'll be seeing it at the end of this year for next year's funds. We'll be having a public meeting on the application, choosing which nonprofits, and then submitting to EDA the council choices. So we'll be having that public hearing at that time.
I'm talking about the past money, though.
Again, yeah, that happened. We're applying for 16 in October, November, so we did 15 last October, November, and so on and so forth through the previous years for the 13, 14, and 15 money that we're discussing now.
So 13, 14 has already been allocated, determined by the application that we submitted.
Correct.
Prior.
We have options for reallocation with EDA approval. But obviously, the simpler is to choose a construction project that deals with streets and sidewalks and connectivity.
Mm-hmm. And that was determined back then during
by the council at the time.
Consultant?
No, council approved the application to be submitted to EDA. So I filled out the application based on the direction we had.
The funding for 2013 was actually brought to council in about October of 2012.
Okay. So at any point, we are able to go back and change that application. I'm just getting clarification questions.
We can request EDA for an allocation change like we did for the pool renovations. So we had a meeting and council directed for a new allocation change, and it was approved by EDA. So there is that possibility out there. The biggest concern is it a shovel-ready project that we can move forward with immediately so that we don't lose the funds.
Okay. We need to move forward here. Thank you, Mr. Orozco. Thank you, Ms. Deming. Do I have a motion and a second?
There's not a motion here. I thought we were just receiving the report.
Oh, direct staff. Sorry, okay. We directed. I apologize.
That's okay.
Let's move on. Okay. Also, Mr. Pinkney, in our Rosenberg Rules of Order
30-minute.
that we set up, we have a 30-minute limit.
Yeah, I believe that
each.
the council adopted a policy that that you would debate items 30 minutes, and if it was going to go beyond that, somebody would make a motion to continue the debate beyond that.
All right. So I don't know who's timing that. Do we have someone that's timing that so we don't? Yes, Mercedes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to item number F, outstanding invoices, Urban Logic Consultants. Staff report from Mr. Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There we go. At the City Council meeting on August 18th, Council was given a presentation related to purchase orders for the period of June through December of this year. That was to get some of the invoices that we had been receiving in line with the purchase order program that the new finance director and acting city manager have put forward through management. At that meeting, the owner of Urban Logic made an appeal to City Council to have his firm's outstanding invoices reviewed and paid. City Council directed staff to return with an item at this meeting to discuss all outstanding invoices from Urban Logic Consultants. That firm submitted all outstanding invoices, which have been attached for your review as part of different exhibits, and I'm going to explain those in a second. There are some invoices that have been rejected by myself as well as the city engineer for formatting and content related to inspection services. So those are not part of this program. The firm's in the process of reformatting and providing additional backup documentation for those invoices. Those will return at a future meeting. Staff has prepared the standard review for each of the invoices to confirm whether work was performed and the amount of detail and backup evidence is provided. To jump into the different sections, invoices that staff was provided sufficient backup for and could verify work was performed have been included in Exhibit A. Staff also provided the city a copy of the city Salesforce system backup for each invoice. That's a system which tracks projects from the time of which a developer or a resident or anyone submits an application until the very final of the project where the project gets completed. So it tracks money that comes in, the plan check status, whether it's in our hands, the plan checker's hands, or the developer's hands, and back and forth throughout the plan check process as they're submitted, reviewed, and comments are given back, and then those comments are revised into a second submittal and so forth. Exhibit B details invoices that staff requires additional backup and different formatting for. So I do not recommend that staff or that City Council approves the invoices in Exhibit B for approval until sufficient backup is provided and staff can verify that that work was performed. The reason they're provided for you today is they were submitted and they were outstanding. I didn't want to kick them back for a formatting issue because I knew this item was coming before council, and I wanted to bring you every invoice I had on the day I finished this staff report. And then clips in the way. Exhibit C is for one set of invoices that were always packaged together, and it was related to CFD 93-1. That invoice was submitted multiple times to the finance department in the past, but was never approved to be paid. One item that was a typo on this staff report is under the impacts, the fiscal impacts. For Exhibit C, the total is not $10,725. That's just for the first one. Somehow when I added them all up, I didn't put the total dollar amount for all of the invoices under Exhibit C, which is a package of different invoices. That total fiscal impact is $80,535 even. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. You probably noticed when you looked through it, but just wanted to bring that up. So the other fiscal impacts, Exhibit A, the totals for all of those plan checks and inspections is $91,266.55. That is based on the contract that the firm is allowed to bill time and materials only, not to exceed 75% of what a developer pays as an application fee or a plan check or inspection fee to City Hall. Exhibit B is the same thing, but I discussed my little disclaimer on the formatting and the lack of backup documentation regarding all of the invoices provided in Exhibit B. And I believe Karen from Urban Logic is here if you have any questions of their firm, and I can answer any questions that you may have of me from the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warsinski.
I have some questions.
Mr. Orozco has some questions.
Do we have any public comments on it?
We have one.
We have one public comment.
Can you do that first and then?
Yeah, let's do that first, and then we'll have Kyle come back up.
Okay.
Okay, public comment.
I'd like to open at
8:10.
8:10. Libby Yaramovic.
First of all, Orozco's comment that people want to burn the city down is a direct reference to Judy Bingham. Judy Bingham is a... Shut up, I'm talking. Judy Bingham is a 70-year-old woman.
To get through tonight, we request that you please stick to the item. We've already had the beginning of public comment. We need to stay at task and stay focused. So you may finish your comment.
The issue at hand is that you do not accept reality. You make up stories in your head that Libby's a mean girl and Judy wants to burn down the city. We are not the problem. We came here to stop the problem because the 5 of you could not do your problem. And you know what, Lloyd White, I understand that's a smirk that you learned from Castaldo. Is that right? Your buddy Castaldo taught you to smirk at the citizens? Huh? You want to pay Urban Logic's fees? What are you going to pay them with? The mitigation fees? You gave those away. That's what Mike Bush stood here and told you, right? That you gave away all your mitigation fees. So if you gave away your mitigation fees, then Urban Logic's invoices belong to Pardee or whoever they're working for. They're not your problem. That was the agreement, right? You give away all the mitigation fees back to the developer and they take care of all the expenses. So here you stand. You gave away your mitigation fees. You promised them bond debt to Pardee that you're never going to get. Your bonds stopped selling last month. They stopped trading. Your theory that you could just run up credit card and anybody can take it? No. So where are you going to be left? Your Urban Logic's invoices belong to whoever is collecting those development fees, and it's not the city of Beaumont. So if it's going into Pardee's pocket, let them pay. Pardee stood right here and told you they had to have Urban Logic. They loved Urban Logic. Let's see how much they love them when they're paying invoices for imaginary work. Let's see how much they love them then.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. I'm going to close the public hearing.
We do have one more speaker.
One more speaker?
Yes.
All right.
Victor Dominguez.
I think he's passed on his public comment.
He passed on the public comment. Okay. Questions, Mr. Orozco?
Did you close it, Mayor?
Pardon me?
Did you close it at 8:14?
8.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I couldn't see through Kyle's head.
Thank you.
Are we ready, Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay. So first and foremost, I'm glad that we are, our new finance director, from the finance director, Onyx, our finance director, is kind of having us revamp our tracking system in terms of invoices and if they match up and stuff. I do appreciate that. Now, have we been asking all our consultants that we're working with to do the same format? Or were we?
Well, the answer is yes. Everyone follows the same format. The item today is because we have outstanding invoices past that purchase order period that you looked at the prior meeting. I'm going to have to double check with the other firms that we consult with, but I don't know of any that currently have outstanding invoices outside that June to this December period of time. That's why this is a little bit unique.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind we do that to all contractors and asking them when we want backup. We want to be able to say, to tell the people, this is what you're getting for the money that we're spending. Even if it comes down to the developer paying these fees, we want to make sure that we can provide evidence in terms of if they're doing the job that is being asked from them. But I just wanted to make sure that we're doing that all across the board.
Yeah, all invoices come in with, this one's unique because they're plan checking inspections, so I don't have the city doesn't have other consultants out there performing this same service. This is the contractor that we have performing this service. So when you get down to these invoices, and if you look through them, they're pretty detailed on exactly what the project is. It has track MAC numbers. It has a description sheet that tells you exactly what the plan checking performed entailed, whether it was a sewer plan and whether it was a map, a storm drain, and so forth. So you're going to see that level of detail on this firm's invoices and whatever firm comes, if it's not the same firm, if there is another firm chosen by council in the future after the RFP goes public and we get one, we will require that same level of detail on any future firm's invoices related to plan checking surveying, and inspections.
Okay, and we've been doing a good part on a portion of those invoices, matching up with the work you said we're doing.
If you look through all of these in here, at least the ones in Exhibit A, what I do is, I mean, a lot of these things happen, and I kind of know what's going on. To refresh my memory and to check dates and everything, the Salesforce system tells us that. It tells us when plans come in from the developer, when they get returned to the developer, and so forth. So if I see something that goes 4 plan checks, I expect to see an invoice come into the future that verifies that the work for 4 plan checks was done. Mm-hmm. And it tells me what days they were done, and then the firm's invoices dictate how many hours were spent on each of those plan checks.
So, and that's kind of where I was going. So, a lot of this work was done during the time that you were there. Mm-hmm. Okay. So a lot of this stuff is kind of coming back to you in terms of, yeah, you were aware of this and you saw that, and so it's just the invoices weren't coming in.
Or most of them in Exhibit A were directly when I was in the position of Development Services Director. Some of these from 13, I had to look at Salesforce and confide in that system that says, you know what, for this one for Home Depot, there was a plan check done. I can't verify that I was the one managing that, but the system showed that Home Depot submitted plans, they paid fees, Urban Logic did the work on that plan check, and that the project got completed. So at the end of the day, that certificate of completion was recorded, and that work got done.
Okay. Well, I have one more question, and then I see Mr. McKernan there. If no one else has questions for you, but
yeah, there are other
okay,
questions.
okay.
Yes.
Kyle, how far did we go back, or when did we indicate to him that we needed this, and at what point did we say, okay, because my question before I ask him is going to be, why all of a sudden turning these invoices in? Is this the first time he's turned those in, or has he attempted to do that before, or?
Some of these were turned, you can see on most of them, and I apologize, there's a few that don't have the received date, was the stamp that the front counter staff or myself stamps on each invoice received the day we receive it. So you can see when the city received those invoices. Some of them didn't get the stamp for various reasons. But either way, some of them, most of them from Exhibit A were submitted in August. And because we had that meeting in August, I knew that council wanted to see the outstanding invoices not covered by that purchase order at this meeting. So I held those invoices, did the due diligence on behalf of the city staff to verify the work was complete, and compiled them in here. Some of them for Exhibit B go back some ways, and you can also see that they have various received dates up until September the 9th, which was the day I was completing this staff report. So I got them, I stamped them, and included them in here because they were outstanding, and I wanted you to see them.
Okay, because I remember we had a discussion, I think it was from the admin team, and I pinpoint who, I got to remember for a second there. I'm not sure if it was you or had the conversation with Elizabeth, but I remember this going back when I first got here, that a lot of their invoices were coming forward, and this is when our previous city manager was here. I think it was around that time. We weren't paying, right? We weren't paying because we kept on going back and forth. There's a disagreement. There was, at that time, when all this stuff broke out with our budget, we didn't pay anything. And at that time, were the invoices submitted?
I can tell you that with utter certainty that I have rejected certain invoices that are now in Exhibit A based on formatting or backup. So some were not formatted the correct way. We wanted extra details. Some did not provide additional backup documentation, didn't reference a Salesforce number, which made it really hard for staff to find that in our own system. So once that that documentation was provided to us, we feel a lot more comfortable about signing off on the invoice like we typically do under the purchase order system. The department head signs off and it goes to finance. On this scenario, I did the same thing except didn't sign it, just felt comfortable presenting those documents in Exhibit A for you. So all of these, even though they say August 17th, they may have been submitted a month prior, and it may have been kicked back for umpteen different reasons. But I can assure you that when they resubmitted it, it was stamped on the day it was resubmitted, and it went through the same process as every other invoice.
Okay. Thank you. Question to council. In terms of the contract, is there a specification on how they're supposed to submit work orders or invoices or work? I mean, is it specified in the contract that they're obligated to do that? Or, I mean, if they've been had past practices, and then all of a sudden we've told them to change what they're doing because they're late invoices, I mean, are we able to do that to them?
Well, I think this goes back to the question or the comment that was made earlier by the treasurer, and that is we can put language on a going forward basis that states how invoices or billing is to be submitted to the city in the time frame within which it's to be submitted. But if the work is done and we receive the benefit of it and we've gone through the process of confirming that the work was done and it was acceptable, even having language in the contract like that is not a guarantee that you're going to get out of, I'll word this carefully, a dispute with the contractor, whoever that may be, over payment for the work that they actually provided and that we accepted if it was done per our specifications. In terms of the contract with Urban Logic, I don't have their current contract in front of me right now, so I can't answer that question. But so rather than speculate,
we can't impose that new language on a past
Mayor, may I ask for a point of order, please?
Yes, sir.
The discussion started at 8:14. Also, part of our agreement as far as the rules for the council meeting was that each council member would be allowed 10 minutes if there were other people who had questions. And once we had a chance to answer our questions, then the council member who's already used up to 10 minutes can come back and ask more questions. Is that correct?
I believe that what was ultimately agreed upon was 30 minutes for the council, and that if you wanted to go beyond that, then...
But wasn't there an individual, it was 10 minutes until you had, if there were other people who had questions, it was 10 minutes, and then the other people could begin asking their questions.
I remember seeing that in there, but I'm done asking Kyle and the attorney.
Okay.
I have questions from McKernan, though.
Okay.
When he's ready.
The ordinance provides that there's a 10-minute limit on staff presentations.
You could have asked me nicely, too.
I was
and
doing
then
it
30 minutes for debate by
He's doing it
council.
properly.
So, it doesn't say anything about 10 minutes to an individual member? Because I remember that being an issue, and I said I was okay with that as long as I had a chance to come back and finish my questions. I'm just
the copy of the ordinance that I have says 10 minutes for staff presentations, 30 minutes for council.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Okay.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to beat up Councilman Orozco, but it's I agree to the 30-minute window for the council as a whole, and unless we're going to filibuster on a particular item, but some of the stuff you're talking about tonight could have been answered by staff prior to the council meeting. On just about anything on the agenda, there's some things that, of course, you have to air out, but the public wants to hear. But when it comes to invoices, I think that we're going to pass out pillows to, they don't know what's going on. And most of this stuff could have been answered by the council member from staff prior to the meeting. Not saying they're not good questions.
No. They were asked prior, but
Mr. Fox.
I wanted some information changed, so I went off of that. So.
If I can just add another comment. You're still in the staff report phase, and you're still receiving the staff report. So to the extent that you've gone over 10 minutes, then it would require that somebody make a motion to to extend it.
I move that we extend the staff report time.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second. Fox.
Second by Fox.
The motion to extend the 10 minutes, that votable? We have to vote?
Cookie time. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, let's continue on with staff report.
I was just answering questions.
Mayor, I would like Onyx to weigh in on the process.
Okay.
This came before her, I think, the first week
Yes.
that you were here.
Yes.
And we actually met with Mr. McKiernan, and so I'd like Onyx to weigh in on her part in this entire process and how we came to be here today.
Thank you. Just to give you kind of a background of the scenario that occurred, it was brought to my attention that there were invoices for Urban Logic that were sitting out there that some had been rejected numerous times by the previous city manager as well as the previous finance director. And there were also some invoices that just hadn't been billed to us yet. And then there were invoices that we had in our possession that Kyle had. When we were at the table with Urban Logic, the invoices that we did have in front of us did not have sufficient supporting documentation. Nancy will attest, all invoices going forward since I've been here have documentation behind it to support it and back it up. And so there wasn't sufficient supporting documentation where Kyle could say, yes, the work was done, which is why Exhibit A is so complete, because he was able to determine, yes, the work was done. I did consult with our legal counsel as well in regards to, do we have to pay these invoices, because I'm not aware of why they were rejected by the previous city manager and the previous finance director. In my experience, they approved a lot of things. I didn't understand why these things were being rejected, and I really needed to get to the bottom of why they were being rejected. And so we asked him to bring everything that he had, every backup, every supporting documentation, everything that he had, and that's what you have before you. The reason Kyle separated it by exhibits is so you could easily approve A, because those are good. Exhibit B are ones that he'd like to have more information added to it, but you know, they're probably going to be ones we could approve. The final packet exhibit are the ones that Kyle could not say, yes, the work was done, and the previous staff that was here that maybe could certify the work was done. From what I understand, number one, they're not here to certify it was done, but two, that they rejected it in the past. And so we wanted to bring it to council to get your input on how you'd want us to handle it. We can certainly sign them all and have them all paid with your approval, because I needed your approval in order to move forward with paying them. Or we could consult with our legal counsel and say, okay, the items of $80,000 in Exhibit C, nobody can verify the work is done. What are our legal steps after that? And so that's why it's here before you. We'll process whatever you approve this evening that you feel, you know, comfortable with, but I was not going to sign off on invoices that we knew we weren't comfortable with, and I wouldn't expect council to accept it without us feeling comfortable with those.
Okay, are there questions for Mrs. Jones here? Mr. Laura, there are some questions for you.
First off, my hat's off to you and staff for trying to put all these pieces of the puzzle together. I'm wondering, are we looking at possibly having a form that shows the date of initial deposit, the amount of work that was done, the drawdown on that, filled out by the contractor, whomever that contractor is, so that you can follow on one sheet the amount of work, the drawdown, the amount of work, the drawdown? Because one of the concerns I have, even in Exhibit A, if you bear with me 1 second, is if you go to page 11, And then this is just one example, because I had a tough time trying to put all the pieces together. So if I understand this correctly, and let me know if I'm off, we generated a certificate of compliance, and it looks like payment was received on August 15th.
Can you go to the next page?
Am I on the wrong page?
13, 12. Go to 12.
So this is the Salesforce backup.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's page 12, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Back up. I'm sorry. Page 11 shows the invoice for 10 hours of work for $1,500 for task order 13CC001. Okay. The date on there is September 6th, 2013. So then I go to the page 12, which is Salesforce, shows that we had a deposit of $500 generated August 15th, looks like.
Yes. Okay. And the Salesforce system, so okay. Thank you.
We're going to pull up Salesforce.
Right here, VP data is right at the top there.
Oh, I thought you were going to go to the website.
See VP data in the very top of that page?
CC, yeah, 13CC01. So I show the payment was made August 15th. Okay. So then if you go to page 12, 13, excuse me, shows the plan review process or the corrections. Okay. If you start at the bottom of page 13, you see plan review 1, which was done on 8/29 of 2013, right? Okay, then you go to plan review 2, which was done on 10/15 of 2013. And then they finish plan review 3, which completes the project on 12/20. The concern that I have is I get an invoice on September 6, 2013 for 10 hours of work. So are they projecting the work that they did? Or are we paying for, are we still going to owe Urban Logic after we pay them? And all we collected was $500, and we're $1,500 or $1,000 upside down on this project.
Want me to try to answer something?
Yeah.
Please.
I'm sorry, I threw a lot of questions. I'm just trying to see if I follow
The way I would have looked at it is the same way you would have looked at it, which is that September, and I don't hold too much stake in that top invoice date up there.
Okay.
Because I've received invoices in August that say January per se. So some point in time that invoice date was put on this paper.
Okay.
I don't know if I cannot confirm whether this invoice was received in September of 13. I know I got this one last week because it's one of the ones that's missing the stamp. So I missed that one because I put it in Exhibit A and didn't stamp it under B. So this one was received in last week. How I would have looked at this was that it was for the months of July through August. So it would have only covered the plan checking for Plan Check Review 1.
So we still got 2 more plan checks to get billed on this.
I didn't get those invoices for the second and third plan check when they submitted all outstanding invoices. So I would have to defer that question and answer to Urban Logic. I just brought you what I saw. Another point, and you bring it up, that we collected $500 for this particular task. Many of the tasks, because they're related to development, have individual fees per item, which is a certificate correction. At the same time, that project, which is Home Depot, could have been doing other things. And the way it's always been done is you combine the total fees for all the projects. So for this one, was this the Firestone? Fountainhead? I think it was when they subdivided the property to build the Firestone. So there would have been plan check fees deposited for the Firestone as well. So overall, budget-wise, it was 75% of the fees paid for Firestone. Salesforce is somewhat limited in terms of how it can provide that because we take it in on submittal of each individual plan. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I could try to.
What you're telling me makes sense, but how you track that, I don't know how you would be able to do that, especially on a, and I don't know, maybe it's easier on a track home. You can track 75%, but my point is you've got invoices that are coming in, you've got a project that's finished, you get an invoice for a portion of the project, and I couldn't make heads or tails on, even on the Exhibit A. So I'm trusting that staff is taking care of that to ensure that that's done. But I think we've got to come up with an easier way that.
Yeah, as you can remember back in January when we were just discussing going to a deposit fee instead of this flat fee system, with that was the suggestion of doing that system surcharge, which would allow us to kind of revamp Salesforce or get a new system that would be able to track deposits much more real world than how this system does. This is per item in task, and a lot of times the tasks are combined to create an overall project, and that's where the fault is in that system.
Right, and that's one solution. You just have to be careful because with deposits, you really have to track those invoices daily. I mean, what we do is we invoice every 2 weeks, and it's settled at that point. We don't take anything later than that, and it's critical. And oh, I'm sorry, at the county, I apologize. The county is we ask contractors to invoice us every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because it gets away from you as you move forward through projects. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman Lara. Very valuable information.
I had some questions for Kyle, too.
Mr. White, Kyle, don't leave.
So, Kyle, these may be questions for you or for Ms. Jones or for Mr. McCarron, but I'll ask you first. What is a plan check account statement?
Plan check account statement? Where do you see that?
I don't know. I didn't write the page number down. I guess
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this.
Oh, are you talking about the spreadsheet looking page?
Probably.
Let me see if I could find one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. What that is the...
What page is that? Oh, you don't know the page there.
If you go to the first one for Richmond American.
15.
Page 15?
Oh, 16, maybe.
It tracks, using the Salesforce system, when deposits are
Go to the
paid.
next one.
One more. That. So it shows when deposits were paid with the date that's entered in the Salesforce system for that particular project, and also shows when Urban Logic submits an invoice with the corresponding invoice number under date and the total amount that they bill, and it continues with an account balance.
Now, isn't that sort of what Mr. Lara was sort of asking for?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just an informal way of doing it because we don't have a computer system that does it for us.
Okay, so I take from that that these invoices that we're looking at are being drawn on deposits that have been made by developers, correct?
I wouldn't call them deposits because we don't have that system, but on fees that were paid by a developer.
Paid by them, not credited for future...
All of these come in, we can show receipt of payment.
Okay, so we're not making payment on money that we have not yet received?
No.
Okay. This I'll ask of both you and Mr. McCarron when he comes up. Are there any other outstanding Urban Logic invoices that you're aware of besides what A, B, and C represent here?
The ones I discussed at the very beginning, which were related to inspections that were rejected a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Obviously, he's compiling the data that we requested for those and reformatting them, also based on some of the input that Chris Volk, the city engineer, has provided on this. We're working in tandem, and some of those things have come up. They were not resubmitted by this deadline, but he's working on them. So the answer is yes, there are some. Those are the ones I'm aware of.
I also have one that I received that I kicked back to Onyx for $36,000.
Okay, but you two would not be surprised. You would be surprised if an invoice that is backdated, as far as some of these are, were to appear that you haven't seen already.
Yeah,
I would be very surprised.
Okay. Mr. McCarron has mentioned on a number of occasions that his company is not. I guess you mentioned earlier they're allowed to charge up to 75%, not to exceed 75% of the developer's application limit, appropriate limit. I can't even read my own writing. And Mr. McCarron has told us in the past that they don't always go up to 75%. Would you say that these invoices basically represent up to 75%? Is it at the 75%, or is he correct in that a lot of times they don't charge the 75%?
Sometimes it's hit or miss depending on what the project is, and
Okay.
I can tell you that, and I can tell you why, and it's always based on the submittal. If you're an engineer that's working on behalf of the developer and you put together a stellar submittal and it's ironclad and there's lack of any comments on the first plan check, it's going to go much faster than a design engineer that doesn't have 20 years of experience that puts together a plan for the first time. That's going to take a lot more time for the plan checker to go back and forth on.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So there are some that I've seen Urban Logic go over 75% in terms of time and materials in their work, but they only bill for 75%.
Okay.
Because they can't go over. They can demonstrate they did more work than they can bill for. And I've seen instances where they do less than 75% and bill for their time and materials up to, say, 50%
Okay.
of what we've taken in.
These last few questions should be real simple, I hope. I'm still trying to get an understanding of where all these developments are. So I have a little list of about 3 that I'd like you to just point out to me where those are. But before I go there, if you could go to page 160. I did write this page down. I was just confused because this says Tournament Hills Improvement Area number 7B, but we're seeing a map. Isn't that a map of Four Seasons?
Four Seasons.
So I'm wondering why Tournament Hills Improvement Area would be on a map of Four Seasons.
It's a CFD exhibit, and it obviously has a fatal error in it. I can't answer why that's on there.
Okay.
But you are correct. That is not showing Tournament Hills, a party project. It is showing a Kehovnanian Four Seasons exhibit.
Okay. Now, quick questions. Richmond American Homes, which development is that? Do you know?
Richmond does a product in Sundance.
Okay. CV Communities, I've heard that a number of times. I'm sure everyone up here knows it, but I'm not sure where CV Communities is.
Sunny Cal.
Okay. And who is Mauricio Ayachueli or Cueli?
Is that on one invoice?
He's on a number of invoices, and often the project does not list Party Homes, or I think Party Homes is listed once, but there's a number of invoices where I couldn't find any name other than his name. And again, I apologize for not writing that down.
An example of that's on page 30.
Oh, right there. I see it. That is
Page
a
30.
gentleman that works for, they used to be called RBF, but Michael Baker and Associates.
Okay.
So he is Party Homes design engineer that works for the company they hire to develop the plans.
Okay.
So we attempt to track who is actually giving us the plans, so that if someone else calls from Party, says you never received our plans, or we gave it back, the city said to give it back to someone, we can't find out who it is. We go, well, it went to Mauricio on such and such date.
Okay. You didn't want to try and pronounce his last name?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, and one last question for Mrs. Jones. This is not normal for us to approve invoices. It's just because this, I mean, we're normally not going to be approving invoices. It comes to us through the warrants, correct?
Correct.
And this-
Well, going forward, our process is we're going to have purchase orders set up. Once you approve the purchase orders, then the staff and Elizabeth and I can approve the invoices as long as they're in line with the purchase order. And that, per the ordinance, is anything $10,000 or above.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is a one-time deal simply because when we met with Urban Logic during Onyx's first week or two here, we were informed at that point that there were several outstanding invoices prior to my appointment.
Okay.
And I was not comfortable signing them.
Okay. Questions?
Just from McKernan.
Mr. McKeon from Urban Logic.
McKernan, yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Evening. Who's first? Mr. Mr. Roscoe, you want to start? Okay.
And that's one of the reasons, again, that's why I've been asking these questions, because not because I didn't know, just staff had said it once, and then I want to kind of follow up because some of the answers have been changing here and there. So, and I don't see us doing this in the future. I'm just going to straight out. Okay. These have been rejected in the past. My first question is, why do you think these have been rejected in the past when the work has been done? I mean, this is back in, 13, right?
Well, there was numerous reasons given to me why they were rejected. The majority of times that they were handed back, they weren't said to be rejected because the work wasn't completed. They were handed back to me for formatting, or they needed extra, or put it in one format. The curious thing for me was that 1 month that formatting was fine, but then in the next month the same work wasn't okay for the same invoices. And some of the invoices that I had just handed in a prior month weren't paid, and then they were handed back, but similar invoices were paid with that format. And that was during the prior administration. When the new administration came in, there were several outstanding invoices, and quite frankly, we had to go through a forensic process ourselves to dig through the city's Salesforce and, I don't know the name of your other system, where you're in code or something, to do all the forensic tracking of all the fees so that we could put it on a ledger, and we do put it on a ledger. So to answer your question, Councilman Laura, there is, in the more recent invoices, not the 2013 ones, but in the more recent ones, there is a ledger that tracks with a date and a Salesforce number of a deposit, whether it went to whether that developer, it was an inspection or a plan check deposit, and that tracks on that ledger on the invoice. And it attaches to the Salesforce. So it has been a work in progress. Quite frankly, we've been going and redoing it. At one point, and I know this not to be the case, but I was told that Councilman White told the former administration not to pay my invoices. I was told that one time. I've been told many different things, and I know that not to be the case, but I have never been given a specific explanation that this work was never completed, or we're rejecting it because it wasn't completed. The CFD invoices that you've received, that work was completed directly at the direction of the former city manager, Alan Kapanicus, and that work was done in a way that I know he explained to me that we were no longer going to get the 35 or whatever the fee was, because there was too many complaints about the set fee. So we were just going to do it on a time and material basis. Whatever it cost to help form these CFDs, you bill that, and that's it. You're not going to get when the bond is issued, you're not going to get any money that in the prior issuances, as the bond council did and as Urban Logic did as the engineer, they would get a flat fee for the work for the issuance. I was told that this is how it was being done at that time. I was also told, hand them in later. We're going to be paying those later. Some were paid, and I have been paid on those, and these ones haven't been
Who
paid.
told you? I'm sorry. Who told you to pay later or to hand these in? Because some of these invoices go back to 2013. So,
I have to say that
I'm sorry. Let me finish my question.
Sorry.
So back in 2013. Now, usually these jobs would take 10 hours, and maybe a month later, 2 months later, you would submit them, right? That would be the normal.
Can I clarify? Some of those 2013 invoices had only come to my attention in the last 2 months when all of this forensics was going on. There was a discrepancy in payment back in 2013. I thought the city overpaid me $65,000, and I returned that money to the city. And I notified finance department at that time, and that money was paid back to the city. I think a lot of that balanced, it wasn't reconciled, and some of those were actually these invoices that were supposed to, or were paid and weren't paid. When I went back and asked for a ledger from the finance department of everything that was paid to me, I discovered all of these invoices for the month of, I think it was October, were never paid.
And did you provide like a return check or a check that you provided to the city?
Oh, I can.
Copy of that?
I can. It was taken out of. I can. It's on a city ledger. It's taken out of invoices. It was deducted from what was what was owed to me. That's on a city ledger.
So you didn't actually submit a check back to them?
No. In other words, I was owed X amount of dollars in invoices, and it was deducted from that immediately from when I notified him. It was deducted at that moment. The full 60, whatever it was. I don't know the exact amount, but those only came to my knowledge in the last couple of months. The majority of these other invoices have been handed in. I don't know. I've gone through maybe 5 iterations on some of these invoices, and some of it to me is curious because if we go back months, we can see that some of these invoices for similar work was paid at under a certain format, but these ones were handed back, and there was never any logic or any reason why. And every time I came in, it was somebody wants more information. And at that point, I was hearing that there wasn't money to pay me, but that was rumor and innuendo. No one said that directly to me.
Okay.
Now, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was kind of done, but this kind of goes back to what Mr. Lara was saying. I think my whole point I was trying to get here is trying to point out, because I've been asking some of the same questions. I know it's frustrating Mr. Fox, but the point is, and it's just as a comment within our staff too, is if we don't take proper accounting, I think this is what kind of happens, and we're placed in a position where we're asking the consultants to provide us the information and the facts, and we're asking them to do the work. I just don't think there's a proper accounting system that we've been in place, and I don't know. And in terms of can we go back, and that's going to be the big question, I think, that we're going to have to ask the rest of the council. Can we go back and pay for some of the work that you have done, legally? I mean, is there documentation to provide that you've done the work? And I think that's going to be the big question.
Absolutely. I mean, I provided, and in fact, on September 10th, I met with the new, with Chris, the new city engineer, and him and I had discussed it a week prior, what final format he wanted all of the outstanding inspection invoices in. I provided him that format. It's my understanding that he was okay with that, and my office personnel is now redoing all of these outstanding ones that for some 5th or 6th time and putting it in that final format to be paid. The work has been done. There's no question that the work hasn't been done. The developers would be building everything at risk right now, and the city would be, I would be standing up here, I don't know, I don't want to say committing a crime, but you guys would be, you would be approving developments without proper inspection. It would put the city at grave risk.
Last question. So how long have you been submitting these back and forth?
months, times, days? I mean, has it been the last 5 months, 6 months?
I've been handing them in since, some of them go back since November of last year. Some of them go back prior. The CFD package ones go back from November the year before.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Or Mr. Laura, did you have something? You good? Mr. White?
Thank you. When did you actually take ownership of Urban Logic Consultants? Can you give me a date? I mean, I've asked that question so many times, and
I think it was I'd have to get the specific, but it was either August or September of 2012.
2012, okay. Who was it that told you I said to stop paying Urban Logic?
It was Alan Kapanicus.
Okay.
Now, he didn't say stop paying. What I was told was that not to pay these invoices.
And he mentioned me specifically.
He said, Councilman, he said, council members want me to, and yes, he did use your name.
Okay.
I don't know the exact verbiage.
And
I brought that to your attention back then.
That he told you that
if you recall, when we met, when the whole thing came up about, I did bring that to your attention.
Okay, I don't remember that.
Because you told me, I mean, I recall you telling me you never would have ever said anything like that.
Okay. And I bring that up not only just to show what, I'll stay away from that right now, but Mr. Fox brought up earlier that these questions can be answered beforehand, and probably in council meetings where you weren't here, I mentioned that I have a problem with us asking these questions, because what happens is the city manager or staff will give me one answer and give you a different answer, and if the questions are never asked here, those answers don't come out. So this is one of those, I can honestly say I have never had a private meeting with Mr. Kapanicus because I ask all my questions here. So for him to have said something like that just shows, that's why I think it's important, because if I did have a lot of private meetings with him, then it would be my word against his word. And so I just wanted to support Mr. Orozco in asking questions that seem to have already been answered, maybe, or that some of us know the answers to. So that's why I bring that up. I have 100% trust in our current staff and accounting system. And until we start getting over the idea that there are ghosts hanging around in the council in City Hall that is still controlling what's going on here, I think we're going to be paralyzed. So, I believe that's why I asked about whether or not the invoices come to us, because I don't believe that you would bring me an invoice that was not justified. And so I just had some questions where they just looked out of order. But I believe moving forward that I have trust in you, and I know that you're not using the old accounting system, or you're improving it as best you can. So I'm comfortable in
for the question,
in what has been.
Okay, Mr. Orozco called.
Mayor and council, we need to change audio.
Okay, this is a good time to take a break. 9 o'clock. It's 9:05. We're going to bring the meeting back to order. Okay, we had a, what did we have?
Call for the question.
Call for the question.
Point of order, Mr. Pickney, when can we a call for the order, if there's a second, it's a non-discussable situation, correct?
Yeah, if there's a second, then you would cease debate on it, and then you would have a vote to call the question.
So when would I be able to have the opportunity to argue that I'm not done? I'm in the middle of a question.
Wait, there's a motion to call the question, to cease debate, and have a vote on the item, and so far there hasn't been a second on that.
Okay.
Once there's a second, that stops debate, and then you have a vote on that.
Okay.
Okay, there was no second, so we will continue on.
Okay. I sat here and listened for 2 10-minute segments and held my objections. I've used a total of about 8 minutes tonight, and I'm in the middle of a comment, and I get a call for the question. I think that's inappropriate. I would like to call for...
Stop.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve invoices A, and we continue invoices item B and C for more information.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Mr. White.
Yeah, Mayor, we had a request to speak. Did you want to open it up again, or did you keep it closed?
Is this someone who already spoke?
Mr. City Attorney.
It's your decision, Madam Mayor, whether you want to open up public comment and again based on the comments that have been made. You had public comment earlier, and then you had additional input, I believe, from staff and from the consultant. So you may want to consider letting the public speak as to that additional information that was provided.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to do so?
Request to speak.
Judith Bingham?
Please stay on the question.
Judith Bingham, 115 Minnesota. I just wanted to clear something up. Mr. McKieran bought the company in the fall or August, September of 2012, and yet he didn't have a contract until December 7th, 2013. And whose contract was he working under? And some of these invoices are August 2013, which was before he had a contract. I'd just like that cleared up a little bit.
Okay. Thank you for your comment.
Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion. That's why I asked when he took ownership, if the contract didn't start till the end of December and some of these invoices are for work done in September of the same year, are we paying the right company?
Mr. McKieran.
Are we talking about the right year?
I don't know. She said 13. You said 12.
I purchased it in August and September of 2012.
2012.
There was an existing contract under which Urban Logic was operating with the city of Beaumont. The contract was then renewed in December of 2012.
2013. December 7th, 2013.
Mr. Pinckney, have we seen a copy of the contract between Mr. McKieran and when he purchased Urban Logic? In other words, could there be a problem with maybe this is being owed to the old Urban Logic?
My understanding, and Mr. McKiernan can elaborate on this, my understanding is he bought the stock of the company. He didn't buy the assets of the company, he bought the stock, and that goes with the assets, the contracts, and the liabilities that go along with that. So we wouldn't need a new contract. We'd have an existing contract with that company that was in place, presumably at the time. Well, and I've seen the contract. And then apparently a new contract was entered into. And I don't remember the date off the top of my head. The December 7, 2013 does ring a bell, but I don't have it off the top of my head. But so, when he bought the company isn't really the issue. We've got a contract with a corporation regardless of who the shareholders are.
So you're comfortable with us paying these invoices to the current Urban Logic?
It's the same urban, as far as I know, and I'd ask you to inquire of Mr. McKiernan, as far as I know and believe, it's the same company, just different owners.
Okay. Okay, then I make my motion that we approve invoices Section A, and we continue B and C.
Correct.
And I just want to note that Mr. McKiernan has just confirmed that it was the same company. It was just a different owner company.
What City's Council did assert, I confirmed that, yes, but I am not the former owners.
Okay.
I want to make that clear.
Good name.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. McKiernan.
unfortunately, she's correct.
Thank you. Okay, we need to go, okay, we have a motion by Mr. White. You got that?
I got that.
And a second by Mr. Laura.
Ah, that's very cool. Okay, so we have a motion by White, second by Laura to approve A and continue B and C.
Okay, and we've got a flashing red light up there.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes on A only.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
And Mayor Knight?
Yes, motion.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification on B and C? You want those continued, and you want them brought back with specific information?
Yes, documentation.
Documentation.
Invoices aren't complete.
Documentation similar to what is in
Verification.
Exhibit A?
Yes, verification.
Okay. Okay.
I'm comfortable if staff approves them, like I just said. I'm comfortable if staff tells us that they're approved. They don't need to come back to me. I don't.
Okay, so they're not continued.
That's me alone, though. I mean, you need to get a consensus, I think.
So do we have a consensus? Mr. Orozco would like documentation with it.
Okay.
Mr. White
The
says
motion
he
that I
does not
have
want-
was to continue the other two.
All right.
Wait a minute. I mean,
Okay, Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
if staff and Onyx, I mean, if she's comfortable with, I agree with Councilman White on that. If she's satisfied with that based on what we decided today, and she's good with that.
Based on what you've decided this evening, Exhibit B, Kyle's confident that we'd be able to bring that back with additional documentation and have that approved. Exhibit C is one that is typically paid through the CFD. Through the CFD, these are the invoices that get sent to the trustee, Union Bank, and Union Bank cuts the check. And it is for formation services. I don't know, there is documentation included in the packet, but it's basically saying, I provided these administrative services for the formation of this CFD.
And I have another one on my desk.
And there's one on and I don't know what additional documentation he could provide. It's just we can't confirm or deny that service was provided.
And why don't we do this? Now that Webb and Associates is on staff, we'll meet with Shane to talk about the CFD formation requisitions. They will be, if moved forward, they will be paid by the trustee. You will not see them on the warrant list. But secondly, for Exhibit B, what I would like to do is work with Mr. McKiernan, and if staff is comfortable, I will sign those, and then we can just do a quick consent calendar report back.
For B.
You'll see them on the warrant list anyway. But we can do a quick consent calendar report back that says we did finalize these and we were comfortable with them.
I like that.
I'm good with that, too.
Okay.
There,
And then
you've
we'll
got
work
everybody
with,
on board.
We'll work with Shane on the CFD formation once.
It's taking another
Okay,
an hour
thank you.
and a half on this.
Thank you.
So,
Thank
Mayor
you.
and Council, are we doing a new motion since we've changed the previous motion?
I guess we need to.
Well, the motion was to approve A and continue the other items. But I think that we've just gotten direction from the council. Direction was given to staff to follow up on that. If you want to do another motion, it would, amending the prior one, you can do so. But I think you've given clear direction to staff.
Let's move on.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you bringing C back on the warrant list too?
No, C will not be on
Okay,
the
so
warrant
C
list
will not,
because
so
it will, if approved, it will be paid by The trustee.
Okay, that's what I need.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's move on to item number G.
I'm stepping out on this one because it involves my law firm.
Okay.
Mayor and council, you have the law firm's invoices. You've seen these many times before. We did add a cover page, and I didn't want to highlight it because it wouldn't have shown up on the monitor, but I put a star next to the total due for this particular series of invoices, and that's $82,706.93.
If there's no public comments, I'd like to move that we approve those invoices.
Question.
Mr. Roscoe has a question, real quick.
Are we getting backup documentation on this?
Yes, it is not public
It's
record.
not public record, though. Okay. So it specifies what the job is, the hours, stuff like that.
And each line item has a little brief synopsis of what actually the work was done. But it's attorney-client privilege, so it is not public record.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lara.
Okay, motion to approve the invoices by White, second by Lara. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Motion passed, 5-0. Let's bring Mr. Pinckney back in. Okay, successor agency. 5A.
At this point, we need to successor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open a meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency, formerly RDA. Do I need, time is 9:18, and we need a roll call.
Okay, so roll call. Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Here.
Councilmember Fox?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Here.
Mayor Knight?
Here. Okay. Action items. Public hearing requests. Item number A, resolution to approve the successor agency administrative budget for the periods of January 2016 through June 2016, and Mr. Warsinski is up there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The successor agency became effective February 1st of 2012. It's responsible for administrative functions required to wind down the affairs of the former Beaumont Redevelopment Agency. That law, which has been replaced with new laws a couple times now, provides for an administrative cost allowance to reimburse the successor agency for costs associated with that wind down. And the legislation provides for a limit, a maximum limit and also a minimum limit that successor agencies can request to perform those wind down duties. That limit is $125,000 every 6-month period. You have to justify it on what you're spending that money on, but that is the minimum limit set by the law. The resolution is pretty simple. It explains that this administrative cost budget is for the period of January 1, 2016 through June 30th of 2016. And Exhibit A shows the cost breakdown of the total amount of hours, the fully burdened rate, and the grand total dollar amount of the estimated administrative costs that would be incurred by the successor agency during that 6-month period. And Eric can answer any questions for you. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Warsinski?
I have one quick one. Is this what we budgeted for? Is this in the budget? Or is it a...
Onyx says
approving the
yes.
budget.
I was going to say yes, but I'm going to defer budget questions to Onyx.
Thank you.
Right, Onyx, thank you. Onyx, you're on. You wanted to ask
No, I'm
Onyx?
good.
Okay. I thought you wanted to ask her some questions.
No, I'm ready to move
Okay.
that we approve resolution to approve the successor agency administrative budget.
We've got one speaker on this, Mayor, on 5A.
Okay, let's open the public comment at 9:20.
Libby Aramovic.
You guys don't actually have a redevelopment bond. It was something Copernicus made up. The 21.5 million, it was just a plug number. RDA is one thing that is about citywide improvements and citywide bonds. Melrose is specifically for development. It's different. You don't have an RDA bond. That's why you keep getting in trouble with the state, because you don't even have an RDA bond. You guys need to figure out what you're doing. You only have Melrose, and that's it.
Thank you for your comment.
No other
Close the public hearing at 9:22. So we have a motion.
Second.
Okay.
It's a motion by White, second by Lotta, to approve the resolution. Roll call. Councilmember White.
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Councilmember Fox.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta.
Aye.
Mayor Knight.
Yes. Motion passed 5-0. Okay. Item number 5B, resolution to approve the recognized obligation payment schedule, 1516B, for January 2016 through June 2016. Staff report, Mr. Warsinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is ROPS 1516B for 6-month period starting January 1, 2016 through June 30th, 2016. On that ROPS is where cities place obligations that they would need additional money from the state to perform. This current 6-month period, staff does not foresee any obligations or have any to place on there. So the only item on this ROPS is the simple administrative cost allowance for administration, consulting, and legal expenses totaling that $125,000 you just approved on the previous item. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Warsinski? No questions? Do I have a motion, a second, or is there public comment on this?
No.
Okay.
I move to approve resolution to approve the ROP schedule for 1516B for January 2016 through June 2016.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Laura?
Motion by White, second by Lotta. Roll call. Councilmember White.
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Councilmember Fox.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta.
Aye.
Mayor Knight.
Yes. Okay, that motion passed 5-0. Item number 5C, notice of vacant position on the Oversight Board to the successor agency of the former Beaumont Redevelopment Agency. Mr. Warsinski, one more time.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We wanted to make council aware that there is a vacant position on the Oversight Board, and both items that you just approved go to this Oversight Board that was created under the state law that dissolved redevelopment agencies. And that board is comprised of 7 individuals, and the law was very specific on the composition of that board and who appoints who to sit in each of those 7 seats. And we wanted to let you know that there is one current vacant seat. That position should be filled by an appointment of the member of the public, by an appointment of a member of the public by the County Supervisor's Office pursuant to Health and Code Safety Section 34179A6. Staff has reached out to the Supervisor's Office. I've yet to speak with their representative to notify them of the vacancy, and I imagine that as soon as we get in contact with each other, they will place an item to appoint a member of the public onto the Oversight Board.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Currently, there's a number of positions that are appointed to this committee by the mayor, correct?
This oversight board has 2 members appointed by the mayor.
And who are those right now?
Myself and Roger Burke.
Okay. We need to update the website because it shows Dave Dillon as one of the oversight members. And I believe that we need to remove Mr. Berg as an oversight member. I don't know what the process is to do that.
They're appointed by the mayor, and they serve at the pleasure of the mayor. So the mayor has the ability to appoint and to remove members of that oversight board.
Okay. I believe not only his experience on council, but his recent comments in social media shows that he doesn't believe that there really are serious issues here, and he believes that it's everyone else's problem and not council's problem. And I just think that he's the wrong person to be sitting on the oversight committee. So I would like to ask the mayor to consider appointing someone else for that committee.
I'll second that request.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be direction to staff to put that on the next agenda perhaps, because tonight it's the issue before you is to receive and file staff report regarding notice of vacant position on the oversight board. And then the staff report indicates that the vacant position is one that's appointed by the County Board of Supervisors. And what staff was suggesting is that they get in touch with the County Board of Supervisors to fill that position.
Okay.
But if those 2 positions you want to consider replacing them, then we can tee that up for the next
To be
next
clear,
meeting.
I'm okay with Kyle. I just think Mr. Berg needs to be replaced.
I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Roscoe has a question.
Kyle, do you know who left that position? Well, how it became vacant because who left? It's a Beaumont resident, right?
Paul St. Martin was appointed a planning commissioner by council, and we thought it was very important that we had an unaffiliated member of the public with that seat.
Okay. I figured that. I wasn't sure. So.
And then, can I ask a question of Councilmember White? I'm puzzled at the fact that our website lists Dylan under the oversight board, and I need to find out where that is. So if you can,
Yeah, there's a page.
I will find it.
I believe it's under the mayor's page of appointees.
And it said oversight board.
Yes.
Okay, then I will definitely have that fixed because that was a typo. He's never been on that board.
Okay.
So we'll fix it.
Okay, I may be wrong, but he was
okay.
on the
I'm
same
gonna-
one
I'm
as
gonna
Mr.
double check
Berg.
it for you.
Okay. He's not, Mr. Dillon is not on any boards for the city, correct?
He's technically still a water master member.
How do we put a
That
stop
one
to
takes
that?
an official letter to the judge
From
the city, and I would ask if that's what council's interested in doing, to direct your city attorney to write a letter pursuant to the judgment of the water master to remove that individual from that board.
I'd like to see that as an agenda item if that's the way we have to go.
We can do it as an agenda item, yes.
Okay. Anything else? It's a receive and file. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to adjourn the Beaumont Successor Agency at 9:29 and reconvene the regular session at 9:29. And we are going to move to our city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's several items on the city manager's report tonight. Mainly, the majority of them are responses to council's questions from previous items. Unless there's questions from council or the public, I'll skip through those. The requisition of authority, I wanted to clarify that. If you look in the packet, there was a cost of issuance brought to council already, previously approved. However, I was presented with a new cost of issuance for this particular improvement area, and it was because although the bottom line dollar amount did not change, and that was $168,233.62, the allocation of amounts to the payees had changed, and I wanted council to be aware of that because the permanent public record would show the new updated one as opposed to the previous one that was brought to council prior. And in my opinion, that only causes confusion down the road with public records requests. I don't know if there's any questions on that particular issue.
I have questions on some of the earlier issues. Do you want me to hold on that? Or?
Well, let me finish, and then we'll, yeah.
I have questions as well.
All right. Okay.
One of the items also in your packet is a response from the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce. Council requested a priority list of those items, and that is included. I do want to note that the number one priority is Meet Your Merchant Expo, which is set to happen October 3rd, and that is a $7,500 sponsorship. So I wanted to point that out, and well, Sherry was here in case there were any questions. And then if you want to address the questions on the other items, and then I'm going to run through the projects that we're working on in the upcoming council items, and I can do that at the end.
Question,
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
Point of order here. I think you, Mr. White, you asked first?
I did.
Okay. And then you're second.
Okay. The chamber one-time annual event, 7,500?
The Meet Your Merchant is one time.
One time, okay. Okay, the questions that we put to these groups of individuals or companies, I was very disappointed in the responses we got from Wildermuth. And I'll go through a real quick summary and then make a comment. Why doesn't the city have recycled water? The answer is the city does have recycled water. And then it talks about how we discharge a small portion of it. And then the city is not taking advantage of the recycled water. My next question was, what is your opinion on why not? And they go on to argue, the city has repeatedly postponed obtaining Title 22 certification from the state. In Section 2, he says it's an institutional conflict with Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. In Section 3, he says because of the conflict with the district, the city has tried to implement recycled water reuse at 2 golf courses with recent administrative shakeup in the city. This process is stalled. My understanding is, yes, maybe our water is of the quality. We don't have the authority to start releasing it, but my bigger problem here is that this is symptomatic of what we've seen the last 20 years as to why we don't have recycled water. First, it argues we do have it. Then it says the city is repeatedly postponing. Well, Wildermuth is our consultant. I think Wildermuth would be the one who would say why the city is repeatedly postponing. There's no response to that here. And the institutional conflict with Beaumont Cherry, we're pointing fingers again at people that we're trying to work with. And then finally, blaming the recent administrative shakeup as to why the process has stalled. That's not why. There's a number of reasons. It's never come to council before. So my question is, when does Wildermuth's contract come up for RFP?
I don't know, but we can certainly do an RFP at any time.
Okay, I would like to make this a priority and have this be the next RFP that you work on, because we're never going to get over this water issue until we start demanding accountability from our consultants. And I think it's a good time to at least have them reevaluate their contract with us. And I think it's one of the most costly contracts we have. Isn't it pretty high? I think it's, well, when I looked at the end of last year, between just 3 companies, it was $3 million just for 6 months of last year.
If I could chime in, and it's not to deal with their answers to any of these questions at all. It's just to provide clarity on Wildermuth's contract, and what they're doing for us. It was a particular task. And if you look under the second page, of their response under, what is it, item 1B, so small Roman numeral 5. It talks about the Title 22 groundwater recycled reuse project. That's what City Council hired Wildermith Environmental to do. That's
How long ago did we hire them to do that?
a couple years ago.
So they've only been working in the city for a couple of years?
No, working on that task.
Okay, but they've been working on getting our wastewater treatment plant up to code and getting recycled water for a
20
decade?
years. 20 years.
No?
20 years. They've been there since the beginning.
Well, if you ask me, and
I'm asking,
not members of the public,
no, I want to hear your response.
what they've been doing for us. They've been doing this project since that contract, and they've been working for the city to provide that maximum benefit monitoring report. And you'll remember it because you approved one earlier this year, which is compiling the well testing data that our other firm pulls out of the ground. So the data when they test the different wells within the basin, you compile that data and it's entered into a report in the format that the regional board likes to see it in. That report was done by Wildermith Environmental.
Okay, so
to my knowledge, they've never been involved in the treatment plant design, what was built, making decisions like that.
So, I learned that Wildermith is not, are the only consultants we've been listening to for 20 years is Urban Logic? There's no other consultants that have been advising us on our water?
For the treatment plant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And is this task completed?
No.
How much longer before it's completed?
Wildermith told me that he hopes this project will be completed this calendar year. So there's a certain dollar amount always on his invoice, much like the spreadsheet you alluded to in one of the other items that shows contract amount, amount billed, amount remaining.
Okay.
That should be on every invoice, sorry, on all invoices you see from him. So I don't know exactly what that is, but timing-wise, I think he's intending to finish that report and submit it to the regional board for their review and approval in this calendar year.
Okay, so all they've been doing is just the monitoring report?
Monitoring report and this one.
And how long have they been doing the monitoring report?
I can't tell you when they started. I can tell you that since I've been working for the city, I believe they've been doing that report.
And how long have you been here?
Since 2006.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
The city.
Mayor.
Okay.
No, for the record, I've always been a
order
city
here.
employee.
Mayor? Okay, yes.
May I ask my questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kyle, I wasn't stopping you. It's just we couldn't hear up here.
Oh, thank you. I think I would, I don't know what the rest of the council, but, I don't mind bringing the RFP. However, before we do that, I would like me to maybe have him here physically. There's a lot of questions to be answered directly. I just don't feel comfortable. I have confidence in Kyle about knowing this information, but to hold them accountable, I would like Wildermith to be here in person.
Can I suggest that we, part of the rest of my report's going to include a list of workshops that council has indicated in the last couple months that they want to have.
One of them is the
Might
what?
I suggest that as part of our regional sewer and water and recycled water workshop that we ask all the consultants to come as part of that. If we ask one, in my opinion, if we ask one consultant to come each meeting, it's going to prolong our
That'd be nice to
meetings.
have them all here at the same time.
And that's what I'm suggesting. We have them all here at one time during a workshop.
Okay, that would be great. I think having those answers, and all here, they can't slime their way out. So, but
I don't know. Is that in place of the RFP direction?
Well, it sounds like from what Kyle just told us that Wildermith is working on a limited task right now and that there are no other consultants consulting on the water issue. So I don't know what other consultants you're speaking about.
Urban Logic and
Can we get
Utility
Dylan and
Partners.
Ernie Eggers to
And
come
Will
back
Dan.
and talk?
No.
No?
No. The current Urban Logic and utility partners
And Wildan,
and Wildan.
anybody that has to do with the water.
And that's only my recommendation.
Yeah, I think we need a little more discussion on what the workshop's going to entail,
Okay.
because I think my idea of the workshop is moving forward and a positive workshop that, that we'd be comfortable inviting some of the people from the other agencies to come and participate in, and not put some guys on the spot. So,
But getting some.
but I'm not opposed to what Mr. Orozco suggested, which was that we ask Mr. Wildermuth, or the Wildermuth, to send a representative to answer some questions.
Would
I
you-
just don't think the workshop is the place to do that.
Would you like to continue this particular set of questions to the next meeting and ask Mark to be here? Mr. Wilderman?
I think that I do. What do you think, Mr. Orozco?
Yeah, I just want him to be able to answer up here in front of us. And it's not I got you. I really wanted to know some answers, because I know Kyle may know some, but he's, I know, hesitant on clarification, and you don't want to speak on their behalf in terms of, you don't. So.
So that's in lieu of the RFP for right now.
Mr. Laura, go ahead.
Sorry.
You're right.
Are we looking for them to answer questions on why we don't have water, or just what they're actually doing in the plant?
That too. It gives us more time to, if we know they're coming, maybe providing questions ahead of time and
How about a 10-minute presentation on what they've done and where they're going and what we're paying for?
Yeah.
Right, and I'm not specifically wanting to ask them why, but I want to know what their role has been. I thought their role was much more involved over the last 20 years, and
So more of a presentation just to say this is what we're getting for our return on investment.
Now, regarding the RFP question, Mr. Pinckney, Kyle, this is a task that's pretty much more than halfway completed?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know that we need to do an RFP on a project that should be completed by the end of the year. I thought that they were more of an ongoing consultant, and if that was the case, then I would want their contract brought back for an RFP.
The well testing is an ongoing project, so once they finish this year's report.
Wildermuth doesn't do the actual testing anymore.
It's well done.
They just provided it in the report.
Okay.
Urban Logic has the max benefit purchase order to do the actual physical testing. And
Okay.
no one has to do the report from our perspective, because it's a regional concept going forward, combined with the City of Beaumont, Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, Pass Water Agency, and Ukaipa Valley Water District, and all info is being gathered by Ukaipa Valley Water District for regional report.
But right now, I mean, I'm hoping that's the direction we go, but right now, we're not there yet.
We're already monitoring wells regionally.
Okay. So they don't have a contract other than this task that this should be done with by the end of the year?
Yes, and if we go forward and he does a presentation, he'll let you know exactly when it'll be done. I'm
Okay.
guessing, based on my discussions with him this year, I might be off,
Okay.
but he'll tell you exactly when.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Can I go back and finish my questions?
Yes.
Okay. Just real quick, just a couple of questions I wanted to, and I think maybe the rest of the council may be curious about. But, there's some questions that were asked to both utility partners and Wildan previously. And then questions asked by Hassan Bakai. And I just had some concerns on that with that. And I talked to legal about it and mentioned it. And I don't know, it would be, first of all, would it be okay for us to have that discussion up here? He's not here today. Just some of the concerns that I have, and maybe you can direct us.
Yeah, I think the concern is whether there's a conflict that exists, and if you'd like, I'd be happy to look at that.
Okay.
And the concern specifically is working for the more than one company, serving in different roles, and I can look at that and respond, and then report back to you whether there's a potential conflict as we do that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we have any requests to speak?
Yeah, I was looking for them. I do have one for 6A6, and I had two for
6A6, okay. Let's since we're talking about that one, let's do that right now.
You want to do the 6A6 now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
So
Dr.
it doesn't get,
Dr. Ball?
okay.
my 3 minutes comments have changed about 10 times and listened to this meeting. I agree that, first off, one, the citizens have spoken to you, the council, to make difficult decisions, and you stepped up to the plate to make those difficult decisions. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the way you're moving forward. And some people, it seems like slow go, but I understand where you've been because I have been where you have been. The parallels between the water district and the city are very similar. And what I see here in these 3 events, 6, utility, Hassam, Wildermuth, and so forth, and the prior about the bills with Urban Logic, is a couple of things. Number one, I believe it's incumbent upon your staff to make you aware of inappropriate things that are happening in the city. Councilman Orozco talked about responsibility and accountability. It begins with us as citizens. I feel I have failed to a degree by not being here more frequently. I'm a Johnny-come-lately. There's a group of citizens that have been here for 20 years or whatever it is. And so, but it's also incumbent upon your staff to make you aware of things that are not appropriate so that you can make a determination of what you need to do. You stepped up to the plate and said, choose me. The citizens chose you. And I have sat where you are sitting now. I have sat and said in meetings that were packed, and I knew I'd have to make decisions that would affect families and lives in laying off, whatever word you want to call it. But it doesn't, I mean, you shouldn't have to ferret out questions for these 3 by asking staff to go ask these people. Your staff should be able to tell you whether these people worked for others and so forth, or whether they are on board. The fact that you're not getting that information within 2 or 3 days is very telling. When I was on the water district, paying my bill, first elected, one of the staff members says, you need to keep looking. I said, looking for what? Help me. Zip, have a nice day. 2-3 years later, we discovered that we were paying a Master's of Business Administration degree to an employee, and instead of going under education, which there was a line item on the ledgers, it was being filed under day-to-day engineering operations. Certainly that staff member knew that when you pay Loma Linda University a tuition fee, it doesn't belong under day-to-day operations of engineering. Why didn't they come forward to a member of the board? Finally, there was one individual who stuck his neck out and said, I need to talk with you. Said that to a different director, came to me. I talked with this individual, who I hold in the highest respect. Stuck his neck out because his job was on the line to speak to me. And from there, things started to change. We had to replace the general manager. We replaced legal counsel. We replaced financial staff, and so forth. There was a time when you could go into that water district, and if you knew the right person, you could get your water bill waived. Well, who paid for that water bill? You did, and I did, because staff didn't realize it was a new day. So please, to you who are staff members in this room, if you have knowledge of something, I would encourage you to step forward and talk to your attorney. Mr. Pinckney will hold that in confidence, because we need to move this forward. And I would hope that you would have the courage to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ball, for your comments. Do we have any other?
Is Betty Arnell still here? Did they leave? Betty and Deborah West? Okay.
Betty Arnell? No one in the other room then.
Okay, no others.
Let's move on here then.
I have a couple more things.
Okay.
I want to give you a list of a few projects that staff is working on right now. Last Saturday, we had our monthly animal care shot and license clinic. We had 70 dogs and 2 cats with their owners attend the August clinic. 45 pets were microchipped and 40 were licensed. We're going to bring an item back to you on the feasibility of continuing these monthly. The chief and I will discuss possibly doing these quarterly and promoting the other veterinarians in the area that do sometimes 2 a week. With the staff reductions, we need to look at how we can best handle the services and whether or not it's more appropriate to go quarterly with some of these, but that'll be an item for council. The Walk to School Day, the annual Walk to School Day is coming up. It is October 7th, and I know we have another council meeting in between, but I wanted to invite all of you to participate in that. We do a joint project with the school district, and Ashley is working on getting that. And I know last year the mayor did walk with the Sundance Elementary, and we had other staff members walking with some of the other elementaries. What this does is it promotes walking to school, riding the bus to school, carpooling, so that we don't see the traffic congestion that we have around some of the schools. We'll have more information on that at the next meeting. We are working on some OES things. The chief has secured 28 tons of sand that will be delivered tomorrow, and it will be dumped in the parking lot at Magnolia and 7th. With the rains, as we saw today, we're expected to get a lot more. The empty sandbags will be issued by the fire department, Station 66 or 20. Sean, 20?
20 station
will have empty sandbags. Each homeowner that's in need will get 10 at a time. They will be expected to fill them, but we will start planning that's the first step in planning for El Nino. Spirit Run is this weekend at the high school. Golf tournament you've already heard about. Tomorrow night, the chief and I will be accompanying the animal care employees at the Solera HOA meeting to talk about animal care and to introduce ourselves to the Solera residents. The last thing I want to talk about on our projects is the list of workshops that I have thus far are CFD, OES update, capital improvement project, water, regional water in the past, and CDBG. And what I would like to do is confirm with council that the fourth Monday of the month is still a good date to go back to scheduling workshops. Some of these, I'll bring a list back on October 7th, but I am going to try and schedule one for the 28th of September. I just need to see which one is the most appropriate in that short time frame.
The most urgent?
I vote for the CIP.
Okay.
If you guys can make it, I mean, that's late notice.
What I would like to do, because the 28th is literally less than 2 weeks away, I would like to bring one back, the one that's the closest to being ready, if that's okay. And then at the October 6th meeting, I'll have the list in your agenda package, and we can prioritize those together, if that's okay.
Can I say something? Chief Tulise, I want to thank you for getting right on the sand thing. And my concern is that our community, if we can do a short OES or something, we've got to get everybody prepared because our time is short. It's already started raining. And is there some way we can move that in there somewhere?
So staff's meeting with the county, with fire, so we're going to come up with that.
Okay. All right. Sooner the better, though.
And the very last thing I have is some of the items that you're going to see on October 6th. Draft Climate Action Plan, Noise Ordinance Title 9, Section .02, Contract Recommendation for Financial Advisor. We are still following up with questions to Beaumont Electric from council. I have not heard back from any other council members except for the questions that were asked in the public meeting when Mr. and Mrs. Love were here. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward with those questions because I haven't been given any more.
May I make a comment? Mr. Berg did publicly say again on social media that he's willing to answer any and all questions. So you might want to reach out to him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berg?
Yeah, didn't you say you were waiting for questions from other council members?
No, I meant...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Not old council
No,
members.
I'm not contacting
Previous council members.
Previous council members.
Okay, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I can if you'd like me to.
I
Okay.
No.
The cell tower revenue source, basic gov agreement, Sundance North landscape lots, the fire station committee report and recommendation, Russ Bogue and I are working on that together. The CAL FIRE contract, the chief and I met with Chief Smith and Chief Beach. And we have some ideas moving forward on the fire contract that we'll be bringing to you. The Three Rings Ranch sign is in need of being replaced, and Bob and I have looked at some options on replacing that to the tune of about $7,000. So we're going to bring back a staff report on what we found and get some direction from you guys. On the consent, we'll have the plan check and inspection RFP for engineering, survey services RFP, a list of city-owned property in case you would like to give us direction on getting rid of surplus property. Summary of the Yucaipa Valley Water District tour. We will summarize that and do that a staff report. And then finally an RFP for vehicle maintenance, because I am aware that there are some concerns with the current contract. Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to our Mr. Martinez, our city clerk report.
Yes, Mayor and Council. We have a few outstanding public records requests. We have a few on the requested for documents for ERMAC. We've been waiting to have those reviewed to see if there's any confidentiality in those responses, and they have been reviewed and they're being ready to be completed. We have one for email correspondence that we're working on. But the biggest issue we have at the clerk's office right now is the outstanding request for the information from Union Bank concerning the cost of issuance breakdown for the bonds. It's been a long, ongoing thing. But in all lightness, we have received confirmation from Union Bank that they are going to supply a code for us to get online access to the documents. Right now, they're in the process of compiling the documents that we need onto internet access so that we can have access to that and look into what we need to look into. The problem is that the scope and magnitude of what we're going to get is enormous. So even when we get access to that, we surely can't expect it to be done very soon. I mean, it's going to take a long time to look for what we're looking for to begin with. But I do want to let the council know, because it is an outstanding issue that's been going on for a long time. But we have got finally some information from Union Bank on that. So I don't know if Elizabeth has any more to add.
Onyx and I applied for a login about 10 days ago, and we're waiting. We were told yesterday, and then we were told today. We have yet to receive a login for Union Bank.
And it's been one of those where we ask them something, and they'll give us an answer or partial of an answer, and then they'll get back to us, and it takes a long time for them to get back to us. And even when they do, it's not what we asked for. So it's been going back and forth. So we just need to let the public know and the council know that it is in progress. And
Okay, Mr. Roscoe had a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe for you and staff as well. I mean, are we dealing with corporate, or are we dealing with someone that's, I mean, to me, it seems like we're just having too many issues with Union Bank. It's like they're just moving us around where they're just delaying.
Elizabeth, do you want to?
I mean, we're working.
I have several issues with the banks that we do business with. I've never been, for the amount of money that we have in the bank, I've never been treated with such brush off. And I think I vented a little bit to the city treasurer, and that when her roles are set and things calm down a little bit, my recommendation is we pull our money out of everybody we're doing banking with and move it.
You girl. I like her.
I'm just, I've spoken all the way up the chain to Union Bank. The lady that I spoke with actually gave me her cell phone number. She was meeting with her attorney about our request. It's just been, we've been given every roadblock that could be given. And
well, what about involving our council?
We did speak with John about that, and I don't know that they're, other than sending them a letter, These are documents that they believe that we should have in our possession, and they're reluctant to, even if we paid the bill, they're reluctant to give us the opportunity to retrieve those. The documents are archived in Iron Mountain, and it's very labor-intensive to pull them, but they've assured me that if we get online access, we should get everything that we need. Now I'm just waiting for online access.
Elizabeth, so what you're telling us is that we did not have those documents, or we can't find them? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Mountain.
Iron Mountain.
Yes.
Well,
The lady that I spoke with said they were at Iron Mountain, and it would be a lot of money to retrieve them.
So I truly, I know you guys are
I didn't mean to go off on a tangent.
tearing your hair out, and, well, you know, if they want our money, they can serve us right, and we need someone that will serve us appropriately. Okay.
I agree.
All right.
That's all.
That was it?
Yeah,
Boy, did you stir the pot. Way to go.
We gotta go.
Yeah, thank you. Good. That's good. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Pinckney.
Just briefly, as part of our review of city policies, procedures, and practices, our office has reviewed the city municipal code and the practices and procedures relating to the approval of warrants. The city's current warrant approval provisions that are contained within the municipal code provide for a procedure that's different than what's laid out in the government code by requiring that the council approve payments of payroll and other demands prior to them being made. What you've done historically as a city is the payments have been made and then the council ratifies the payment after the fact. The government code provides at section 37208 that a city council is not required to approve payroll and other budgeted demands prior to issuing payment. Under the government code, such payments may be presented to the council for ratification and approval at the first meeting after delivery of the warrants. So what we've done is we've drafted a proposed ordinance, and we kept in mind the checks and balances that this council wants to have in place. So we prepared a draft ordinance that would be compliant with the government code, and in addition to that would provide for, normally it would be the city clerk that would approve demands for payment. In the city of Beaumont, that responsibility was delegated years ago to the city finance director, from the city clerk to the city finance director. So what we've done since that's been delegated is we've drafted an ordinance that's going to come before you that would require that the audit be done by the city finance director and the city treasurer. And only after they audit it would it be submitted to the council for approval or rejection prior to payment. So we've prepared that, and we'll be coming to you at a future meeting with that draft ordinance for consideration. And again, it will bring you into compliance with the approach that's laid out in the government code, and it will add extra checks and balances by having. It'll allow you to approve payroll and budgeted items after the fact. They'll be audited by the treasurer and the clerk, and then unbudgeted items would come to you before they're approved. And the other item that I wanted to comment on is perhaps a sensitive topic, but I think it warrants comment this evening, and that pertains to the conduct of the meetings. The public is given at the beginning of every meeting on the agenda a public comment period, and that's their opportunity to comment on items that aren't on the agenda but that are within the jurisdiction of the city. In addition to that, the public is entitled to comment on each agenda item, each item that's on the agenda. That includes my report, that includes the city manager report, and they can even comment generally on the consent calendar at the beginning of that if they wish to. That provides the public with ample opportunity for up to 3 minutes to make their comments on that particular item. If you allow them to go over, we had a speaker that went over tonight, the 3 minutes, then you have to allow others to go over as well. Everybody has to be treated equally. I want to point out that it's important to allow people to speak when we agree with them, even more important to allow them to speak when they don't agree, we don't agree with what they're saying. If they have a right to be critical of elected officials, of me, of the city manager, of the city treasurer, of the city clerk, if they wish to do so. But what's not acceptable and permissible is for people to blurt out comments or questions when other people are speaking. And I mean this with absolute respect, that I ask all members of the public to keep their comments to the period of time that's designated in the agenda for them to speak at the outset of the meeting on items that aren't on the agenda, and then during the 3 minutes on each agenda item when they have their time to speak. And frankly, the council should not interrupt the public when they're speaking. That's their 3 minutes, and to the extent that they're asked questions or interrupted, then it's interfering with their 3 minutes. So sometimes people ask questions. I would let them finish their questions and their comments, and then if the council wishes to remark when they're done, then you're not interfering or taking up any of their time. But in order for the meetings to be proficient and professional and productive, it requires cooperation not only of the council and staff, but also members of the public to play by the rules of decorum. And ultimately, the mayor is in charge of the conduct of the meeting and is charged with maintaining decorum of the meeting. If the meetings get to the point where they cannot progress because a group of individuals or an individual is willfully interrupting a meeting so as to render the orderly conduct of the meeting unfeasible, then the council can take other measures, more serious measures to deal with the situation other than calling the person out of order. The council never wants to be in that situation, to have to clear the room, have people removed from the meeting. I don't think anybody in this room wants that to happen. And I would urge everybody that participates in these meetings to be to be mindful of the rules of procedure and adhere to them. Everybody on both sides of the podium. But the council may want to consider adopting a policy. The government code specifically authorizes a council at Government Code Section 54957.9 to adopt a policy for ending the meeting or closing down the meeting, have everybody leave, and then readmitting people that are not participating in an interruption of the meeting. And I would suggest that you consider that. If you want us to prepare something, we can do that. My hope would be that you don't need to do that. That people are, and they can be passionate about the point that they want to make, and they can disagree with what you're doing, and they can attack you politically and say that they don't agree with decisions you've made or things you've done. And it's our obligation to defend their right to do that as public servants, each one of us. But if you're doing it out of order and you're peppering the person that's speaking with questions from the audience, then it just deteriorates into a shouting match. And then the people's business can't be done professionally, and it can't be done efficiently. So if that's something that you want me to proceed with and prepare, I can do that. Or if you wanted to see how things go for the next couple meetings, we can do that as well. Again, my hope would be that it doesn't come to that and we don't need to go there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Questions, comments? Should we move to the consent calendar? You're thinking. Consent calendar?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a question on the consent calendar.
Okay. Item number 9.
I need to abstain from item 9N. Does that need to be pulled? Or I've seen in other organizations having a meeting where I say I approve everything and abstain from item N.
That is permissible, but given some issues that have come up in a different jurisdiction recently, I'd recommend pulling it and then abstaining on the item and then stepping out of the room.
Okay, so that's the only item I'm asking.
Same with me.
Okay, so we have two to pull then.
Okay, so what you need to do is you need to, when we come to that item, you need to declare that you have a conflict or a potential conflict, and then you have to state the reasons why, and then you need to step out of the room for the discussion on that item.
Okay.
Make a motion to pull item M and N as a nickel and approve the balance, or do we need to have?
I'll second the balance.
Second?
Do
Okay.
you have public comment on that? Sorry.
Are there any?
there's-
No, we're good. Okay.
Who was the second?
Who was the second?
Fox.
Sorry?
The second was Roscoe, right?
No, Fox.
Fox, excuse me. I knew it was over there somewhere.
Hey, you guys leave the room.
Do we have to say why?
No, after you vote. After you vote.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say.
So are we approving A through V with the exception of N and M?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, so we're approving A through V with only N and M. Okay, let's take a roll call on that one. So, Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotto?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, 5-0 on all of those. And then let's move to item number M, as in Mike.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a council member with a conflict on that, or a potential conflict on that item?
Yeah, because it's for my reimbursement.
This is a travel.
Okay,
Travel
so you can step out of the room on that item.
We'll remember to call you back.
Might as well send Lloyd out, too.
Not yet.
Not
I'd like
yet.
to comment on item M.
okay.
Okay? Here we go.
Different airline?
Item number M.
First of all, I wanted to thank Shelby again for the minutes, because on the August 18th minutes, there was a lot of action and discussion going back and forth, and I think he captured it all. I hope you don't do that for every minutes, but I think it was important for that whole issue, and I appreciate that. Regarding item M, there were comments between council members when we talked about the League of City Voters, and I had suggested that if it made financial sense that I would drive, if I were the one going, I would drive instead of getting airfare. And Mr. Orozco agreed to that. So if you calculate the mileage to and from San Francisco, we're looking at $500, $600, $700, and his airfare is $229. So I just wanted to clear up some confusions that we had said we were going to drive no matter what. That's not what I said. I said that we were going to do what we could, and I noticed that there is no hotel reimbursement for him, and he had made the. Is that correct?
My understanding is he was going to pay or make arrangements to stay
Right,
with.
and that was the same comment that I had made. So I just wanted to make that comment, and then I move that we approve item M.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by White, second by Lotta. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe is abstained. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Yes.
And Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, motion passed. 4-0.
And I'm going to
Trade places.
I'm going to recuse myself for the same reason. It's a reimbursement for travel that I had done.
We heard that. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item N, if there's any comment.
Okay.
Second.
And a second by Fox.
Motion by Lotta, second by Fox to approve item N. N? Yes. All right, roll call. Councilmember White is recused. Councilmember Roscoe?
Yeah, no concerns, no complaints. I approve.
Take that as a yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Yes.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Now, when we approved the consent calendar, did we go to item number P? Is that what we did?
We went all the way to
All the way through.
Okay.
We're done.
So we have a remaining item for the closed session that we did not get to, and that is item 1A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. One potential case, Alan Kapanikis, adverse City of Beaumont. There's not litigation pending. I want to be clear on that. And then also I want to state that the public has a right to stay for when we return. We will return into the chambers to report out a closed session, and you have a right to remain until that time.
Okay. So at 10:15, we're going to closed session.
That was a lot.
Being the hall monitor, you don't know contract law, they'll do ya.